I'll send it. Is it a deal?
Yeah. You can take it.
Idiot.
Are you giving your popping candy too?
No, he traded me a cane for a Fanta.
Oh,
Percent.
it's
I think I
nice.
got a good deal on that.
You're playing well.
I don't have to eat it.
Playing well together. All right. We'll reconvene the meeting and we're on to item 9, page 52, the Hamilton Arts Agenda Review, and we've got Lance and Nick. You can take the report as read. Are there any questions?
I'll move the report.
Thank you, Councillor Forsyth. I'm happy to second that. Councillor King?
On paragraph 26, items 29 to 32. Sorry, paragraph 27, the 3 unfunded actions. Where is the funding in a couple of those?
Through the chair, at the moment, one example that I can give of item C, the update of the public art catalogue. The original development of the public art catalogue, that was an action that came out of the previous arts agenda, and that was a project that, through our work with partners, it was entirely funded externally. So the council played a facilitation role, and it was an externally funded project. So for the public art catalogue, we would look at a similar approach. For the regional art award event, and
So hang on, so that one is getting external funding. Is that what you said?
we would explore external funding as a first option for that one. For the other 2 projects, it's still very early to identify what the approach might be. Firstly, there would be discussions with partners, both for establishing a regional art award event and commemorating past sites along the river. If there were to be any contributions of council funding, that would need to come back through the draft annual plan.
Right, Councillor Mallett?
I'm just really concerned with this. First of all, because I think it's quite a big step away from what I consider to be core activity for the council. However, I do agree that someone's got theatres and museums, that sort of like there's a limit. But I'm concerned that we're falling into the New Zealand disease, which is everybody has to have everything. And I'm concerned that there are things in here, art-themed hotels, upgrades of the Founders, the Waikato Museum, Embassy Park redevelopment, art galleries, all that sort of stuff. There's a limit to how much a nation of 4 million people can support. And I just am concerned that within this whole plan, there seems to be no acceptance that we're only actually an hour and a quarter away from Auckland, we're not far from Tauranga, we're not far from Rotorua. There's lots and lots of things that we were doubling up, and it concerns me that we're trying to provide facilities that might be appropriate to a city of 500,000 people to be funded from 75,000 ratepayers, or how many ratepayers we have, and there seems to be no limit set. The people who develop this plan don't seem to keep that in concept, and it's all about. And all of these things are wonderful. They're all lovely things, and they're great things to have, and they're the sort of things you'd be proud to say, my city's got one of these, but I just don't think we can afford it. And I just don't think we're thinking strategically with regard to what's next door and what's up the road. And it's like what we've done with airports and what we've done lots and lots of things. We're just overbuilt. And this is an example where, again, because we're spending other people's money so it doesn't hurt that much, we're setting out to overbuild again. So that's my big concern with this.
So I was going to ask for questions after that debate.
What do you think?
Point,
That's my question.
I knew you'd finish off something like that. Can we stick to questions, please? Thank you, Councillor Millett.
That can be taken as my debate call.
Yeah, okay. Are there any other questions? Or any questions? It's been... question?
Was Councillor Mallett aware that at every meeting of the panel that I do raise the issue that there is no money? Were you aware?
No, I wasn't, and this certainly doesn't look like anyone has said has raised that question either.
Okay.
There's a big shopping
Thank
list
you.
here.
Your worship?
Just a question, I guess, to the General Manager. Just wanting to identify where the KPIs are and what those are going to be in terms of reporting back. I don't see those in here. So other plans have a set of KPIs that will sort of be our measure. When are those going to be developed?
Through the Chair, one of the actions that has been added is the development of a scorecard and regular reporting to the Council. What we have had to do with this particular project is develop a set of custom measures that we have. There's some data that we haven't been collecting before that, or we haven't had resourcing for. So at this stage, we've provided some snapshots of where the art sector is at the moment, and within the reporting that will be brought back to this committee and then to the new council. It will look at, at the moment we're looking at tertiary education numbers and also creative sector employment as two key KPIs. So they will be covered within the reporting scorecard.
So I think if I've heard you right, because data that's collected is often New Zealand-wide or in some respects regionally, a project that is required to be done is a Hamilton-focused data gathering exercise or survey, and out of that we will develop the KPIs for this.
Yeah, so
That's the
granulate that information down to a city level rather than a regional level.
Yeah.
And some of that we can work with Creative New Zealand, who do a certain amount of surveying. There's other organisations that do surveying region-wide. Work with Creative Waikato on that, but make sure that, a bit like we've done with sporting facilities and use and that sort of thing, is granulate that down with our partners.
Right, okay, so that's a little bit different to the scorecard because that'll be broader. So by the time you bring back the first report on implementation, if this gets passed today, you will have developed those KPIs.
Yeah, so that's the first priority.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to continue on with Councillor Mallett's questions, and I won't take my one question through to a debate if I can avoid it. But that is under para 27. There are those three particular projects which you've identified which are unfunded, and you mentioned the word partnership projects. Have these three items been costed? Have you costed what each of those are going to cost?
We have an estimate for the public art catalogue.
Yep.
It does depend on the scope of the project, though. There has been a recommendation that, as well as updating the catalogue, that we look at a digital platform as well.
Yep.
And that would be an additional cost. At this stage, though, we would be looking at external funding as an option, with the council facilitating the development of that catalogue.
Right.
So at this stage, for that particular, or delivery of that project, we wouldn't be looking at council funding. The previous example that I mentioned earlier is that the printing costs for the previous catalogue, that was all sponsored, and the development and research.
Understand that,
To the Deputy Mayor.
and that to me is fairly straightforward. That's a print job, but A and B could be quite significant.
They could be, so it's
in
about,
terms of what the costs.
it's about scoping those and looking at the options. So, you know, commemorating past sites, you could do everything from Poe through to just some small interpretation panels. So it's about actually working that through, identifying the sites, which we've already done through the management plan process and got some good information there, but then actually scoping, you know, do you want something this big or do you want something that big? Okay. And it probably will be site specific as well, but what will work, and probably look at different ways of doing that. My view is that interpretation projects can often get a range of partners, not just funding, but you might get partners who actually want to do some physical things on the ground too, and we had some examples of that through the EPA Memorial project, with a gentleman helping out with signage and that sort of thing, and who paid for it. So So I think there would be a lot of goodwill there that we could work with partners on. The Regional Art Award would be, there probably would be a minimum size to that to make it meaningful and effective and to celebrate the arts in an appropriate way. So that still would have to be costed out and look at the options there.
So are you signalling that these will come through as part of the annual plan discussion next year?
Potentially,
In terms of
or
what council's contribution might be?
yeah, some of these are a bit longer term, so it may be an LTP discussion at the next LTP.
Okay. And is there, sorry, then the last question is there interest from other parties in, say, partnership projects? Is there interest from other parties, not only in the financial, in helping finance the projects, but also, as you say, maybe some sweat equity or some sweat labour that they might provide towards the project? Is that...
That's the indication at the moment.
That's known to you at the moment? Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Mallett, questions?
Yes, thank you. On page, within the actual agenda, the arts agenda, I'm sorry, it hasn't got a page number. So it's a page that's sort of headed up changes. Has it got a page number? I can't see the third number. Yeah, sorry, there's a very faint 3 there, beg your pardon. So this is of the actual arts agenda. On the far right, Waikato region market trends. Some pretty troubling trends there. Decrease in arts and cultural spending per person. This is a 4 weekly cultural spend per person has dropped from $38 to $23. That's a 34% reduction. That's spend within the region, is it? That's the Waikato region.
It is, but it's also representative of New Zealand as a whole. Part of that.
So that's even worse.
Part of that trend is to do with more people attending arts events, but there's a tendency to attend less frequent. So there's the trends that we're seeing across the country is that I guess what you'd say like a wider but shallower audience for various art forms, and because of that, people are picking and choosing different events instead of committing solely to might be attending a series of an orchestral performance or something like that. So with that change in the market, it means that people are spending less, and that we've included that in here to show that this is a change in the way that people attend arts events, and that needs to be considered in our actions, and also the way that events, different productions, how they market as well.
Well, it suggests to me that people are clearly not spending as much, that perhaps they are going to the big events, which would generally be hosted elsewhere, the Aucklands, the Wellingtons, the Christchurch, which is the rational thing. You've got your big centres, you've got your big facilities. So that just adds to what I was saying, that we need to be very careful we don't overcapitalise or overspend here. And of course, everyone nods their head when we don't overspend, because by definition of overspending, you're spending too much, aren't we? And I guess I just see nothing in this which seems to that suggests there's any limit to how much we can spend. So I'm very concerned. So and I think this suggests that people have chosen elsewhere.
Through the chair, any of the recommendations around facilities in this report has been informed by the Waikato Creative Infrastructure Plan. And that was a piece of research that was done last year. And a really important factor in that research was to look not just within the region, but also people coming from outside the region, and also people within the Waikato going to Auckland and to Bay of Plenty as well. From that, there were some quite interesting recommendations that came out of it. One of them was we've actually got a shortage of theatres in some of the rural parts of the Waikato. One of the recommendations in here is actually looking regionally at a pop-up theatre or a venue that can move around the region. So Hamilton would be one of 10 of the the councils that would, where this venue would be. And that's a creative response that looking at where we don't want to double up on the theatres when, at the moment there might be cheaper and better solutions. So there has been some of that thinking that has gone into it.
Okay. I'm all for supporting the arts, and I know the value of the art and theatre and all that sort of stuff, and reading, all that sort of carry on. But this is all Waikato's, of course it is, it's the Waikato or the Hamilton arts agenda, but are we losing context that, is it important that people get their arts in the Waikato, or is it important that people have access to art, be it in Auckland, or be it on the internet, or be it on TV, or be it, and a lot of the, like there are other functions where suddenly libraries aren't the way, you don't get all your books from the library anymore, and there are other technologies and other modes of getting the same value for the person. So rather than caring so much about the facilities, if you care a bit more about the customer and accept that there's a heck of a lot of stuff that goes on in Auckland that we couldn't ever hope to compete with, and shouldn't try and compete with. And there's a heck of a lot of stuff that you can watch on telly that we should never hope to compete with. And I'm just concerned that the market's moving away from us and we aren't reacting to that. So we're sort of reacting, it's like we've got these theatres that no one is going to, so let's build another one. That's the way to respond, and that's the only thing. That's what you do when you have other people's money, and you're incentivised to get projects done and get things done on time, but not so much concerned about actually delivering the service at a reasonable price.
Was that a question?
No,
No, okay.
just a
Councillor King.
contemplation.
This is a revised, we're replacing the current version. Is that the current version?
Yeah.
So what are the changes? I mean, we've got a document here and there's no track changes. I don't know. I wasn't on the committee. I don't know what's been changed. I don't know what's been slipped in here. And there's nothing in the report to tell me.
Okay.
So I'm voting blind.
I can provide a summary of the changes.
Shouldn't that have been in a report for us to diagnose and...
Well, as a document, it is quite a different focus, and it's more in line with the current plans that the council is producing. So a track change version could be quite messy. It is quite a different approach. The key differences between the version that was developed in 2011 and adopted in 2012. Key differences is that it's a single-page strategy, and it's developed as a citywide strategy. So it was there was a working group that developed. It was going to be a strategy that had objectives more than just the council's role. And that's something that our Arts Forum Advisory Panel has recommended, that we focus more on what the council's role is. So that's a key difference, is that we have some objectives in the previous one which goes beyond what council can directly support. One example is enhancing Hamilton as a highly desirable location to study and develop careers in the arts. In the new version, we're focusing on what the council can do to actually support that.
I see Her Worship the Mayor, Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Young and Councillor Chesterman were on the working group.
Yes.
And I see that part of the strategic action plan was to align the objectives with the Central City Transformation Plan. That hasn't been voted on yet.
What we've tried to do is making sure that when the plan was nearly ready to come to council, a draft plan went out at the same time. So there was an opportunity to check and see for alignment at that stage. So it would be referring to the draft of that plan, not the final plan that hasn't been adopted yet.
Well, it says in paragraph 20 that that this document was built to align itself with the Central City Transformation Plan. Isn't that predetermination by the members who sat on that panel? I mean, you're building a document around something that hasn't been voted through yet. But clearly your expectation was that you didn't have an open mind.
Well, I think it was done in the spirit of doing them in a congruence at the same time, so. But point taken around the chronological order.
I would certainly question how those members could have an open mind when they built the document around another document that hadn't been voted through yet. On page 8, support the establishment of the Hamilton Tourism Centre. Is that, I understand the document isn't necessarily about money that's been set aside, but where did that come from? Is that in any other documents?
It is. That one is it is an action of the river plan. There are a number of objectives around the river that are covered in multiple council documents, and some of them, what we've done is acknowledge that there is an art component within it. So it, in some ways, it does double up a bit with some of our other plans, but it does show where that alignment is, and tourism is one of the areas that is a focus of the river plan, but it is also a focus of the arts agenda as well.
Could I suggest of the chair that we should have been given, or should certainly have circulated, a list of what the changes are before we vote on this, so that we can actually digest it and see what we're voting on, because otherwise we're really voting blind on what's been put in this document compared with the last document and what hasn't, and it's not in the report.
Well, I think, have we had a briefing, the elected members had a briefing on this? Between the, I don't know that we have we? I mean, certainly the current agenda is on the website, so it was available to all elected members and has been the entire time. I think the staff response is correct, Councillor King, in that particularly for these documents, it's very difficult to do a track change. I think a point, I mean, I've noted down your desire to have perhaps a separate document or a piece of paper that highlights any sort of principal changes or changes in direction, but I mean, I've had a look at the current one and have kept up to date that way myself, but I don't think
you're on the working group.
Well, I do that with all work that comes. It's our job to be informed. But I mean, I take your point, and it's noted for future documents. But in this case, I think it was difficult to have tracked changes, and I don't know that that can be resolved today. However, I mean, you can obviously put a motion on the table to address that if you wish. I've got Councillor Forsyth.
Oh, yeah, just around that. I don't know where we're headed with that, but I mean, I just see that it is what it is, and I understand, I think, where Councillor King is coming from, but at the end of the day, this is the document that we're voting on, and all the information that we need to know about the document is right here in front of us. If we wanted more information other than what's here on the page, then that's what we normally do in the lead up to a meeting. So, I mean, I don't quite understand why you need to have the other stuff when actually this is what we're dealing with right here and now. And in any event, the old strategy is on the website if you needed to refer to it.
Okay, so that's questions. Deputy Mayor?
I'd be happy to move the resolution.
Oh, we have a move. Councillor Forsyth moved early on, Deputy Mayor, and I second it, so we do have that. And there being no further questions, I'm going to put that on the table. Is there any debate? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Look, I think it's critical that this council has an investment in the arts community. For too long, I think we have been about rugby, racing and beer, and it's important that we create a balance in the community. I went to an event at Founders Theatre a couple of Saturdays ago. The theatre was full. There were between 300 and 400 younger children dancing a performance for the night. And it reminded me of the excellent performance that is available for families to have their children participate and to view. Now, I didn't see too much publicity about it. It was something that could fill the theatre. But what I want to just remind councillors about, if you go to page 3, you'll see changes, the heading changes. And that talks about since the first arts agenda was developed in 2011. And if you look at the outcomes in that time, which hasn't required huge investment by the city, we've had 24 public artworks valued at nearly $5 million. We've had 56 community artworks and murals which have been commissioned by Hamilton City. You've had the Hamilton Public Art Catalogue at no cost released in the city. You've had the Trust Waikato Art Collection worth a couple of $1 million gifted to Hamilton. The Barry Hopkins Gallery opened at Waikato Museum primarily through the funding of Barry Hopkins, and Orchestras Central has been established, plus the Meteor and Clarence Street Theatre in community ownership. I think that's a fantastic outcome when often we criticise staff for the beautiful high-flying words. Where are the outcomes? Well, here are the outcomes. And I'm very proud to be part of that process and, in a quiet way, delivering an outstanding list of events and opportunities and artwork in the city to create the balance that we need to have in our community. So I congratulate staff on its work and the panel for the months of work on getting to this stage. So I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Deputy. Sorry, Councillor Forsyth, I should have gone to you first as mover.
Yeah, I would like to say that I think art really is important for all members of our community, not just for those that are creative people, but even for people like myself who are not so creative and have much more of probably a sporting focus. For me, art is really important, and it doesn't matter whether we're a town the size of Tirau or Morrinsville, or whether we're a city the size of Auckland or Tauranga, as Councillor Mallet mentioned earlier on. I think it's really important that any community values art and has an environment where art is such an open and visible and accessible part of all of our lives, because art's an expression, is an expression of who we are. And Hamilton's a really diverse community, ethnically, culturally, demographically, and it's that richness of our difference that really sets us apart and makes us different from those other places. And I think it's really important that we understand that and acknowledge it and celebrate it and allow our people in our community to acknowledge and celebrate who we are by how we express ourselves. So this art agenda is really important. Thoroughly support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mallet.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the agenda. And again, I take what Councillor Forsyth said. I agree almost entirely with what you says, except that this document shows no recognition that there are limits to how much we can expect the people of Hamilton to pay. No evidence of any effort whatsoever to avoid double building or doubling up on facilities that are available very, very close up the road, on the TV, on the internet, other mediums by which art can be sourced these days. And as I said, very little effort to protect the ratepayer. This seems to be the sort of plan you would make if you had someone else's chequebook and were not too concerned about the balance in the chequebook, and you thought that you had unlimited funds. So I'm voting against it because of the financial recklessness I think that's at it being exposed in this, not the content of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor King.
With the permission of the Mayor, could we ask staff just to whip through the list of changes they've got there so that we can just...
Sorry, with the permission of the Mayor?
Oh, sorry, of the Chair.
No, we are in debate now. I'm going to stick to process here. Thank you. So, Councillor King,
Point
did
of
you
order.
want to... What's
Point
your
of order.
Point of order?
How is it not processed to ask for more information
Well-
during debate? Where does that say that in the standing orders that we can't ask for questions of information during debate?
It's not really a question for information that's relevant to the debate at the moment, Councillor McPherson. Councillor King, we tried to resolve Councillor King's question early on, and it was unable to be resolved at this meeting. I suggested to Councillor King that he could move a motion to resolve that, and he hasn't done that.
He's asked for information that staff have on hand, presumably,
Well,
since they made the changes.
I think that staff attempted to answer that, and I think, Nick, you did go through a list of some changes. Did you do that? I mean, I recall you doing that. Yes. So I don't know that there's anything else that's missing that they can add that would satisfy Councillor King. So that is my ruling.
No.
Thank you. So, Councillor King,
Did Nick go through each of the changes?
Nick, did you go through the changes?
You said you had a list there of the changes. Did you go through those?
I've provided a summary.
Okay. So, okay. Thank you. So, yes. Councillor King, did you want to debate?
I would like the information before I vote
Well,
on just what...
look, I've ruled
like-
on the point of order. Staff have said that they've answered your question. They've given you a list of the information of the changes. I don't know what else that I can do to help satisfy it, and I've ruled on the point of order. So, would you like to debate, Councillor?
I'm not trying to take you on, Madam Chair. I was just asking a question.
Yeah, look, I understand, and you've raised a good point, and I've noted it for future meetings. And I did advise you that you could have moved a motion to address it. So, yeah, that's where we're at the moment. So, Councillor King, did you want to debate?
I'll move an amendment.
Okay, yes, you can. Yep. Are you ready for that, or do you want a couple of minutes?
I think staff could help. It's pretty
Yep,
quick and
sure.
easy. I'd just like
Do you want a couple of minutes?
the amendment is that I would like
Okay.
to defer the vote until the next S&P meeting.
So you'd like
So-
to refer the matter to the next meeting? Is that-
Well,
Yep.
staff can either answer my question now and just quickly
Yep.
whip through and explain what the changes are, or
I think that's a clear amendment.
Yeah,
What would the wording be?
I think that the report be referred to the next strategy and policy.
I mean, I don't necessarily want to vote against this.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
need the information.
Okay.
Um,
Look at that. So sorry,
just
the
a point-
GM. I'll just get the GM to help with that
I
wording.
think the wording is that the report be referred to the next strategy and policy committee meeting in 2016, so that staff can outline the changes between the old and the new strategy.
Is that okay?
yeah, that's all
And
I want.
okay, so is there a seconder for Councillor King's motion amendment? Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Okay, so we're taking Are there any questions for clarification on the amendment? I think it's very clear. A question for clarification, Councillor Mallett? Yeah.
Just clarity that we will be provided before that meeting a track changes.
Look, I think that
Report.
that can happen,
Doesn't have to be track changes, a list of the changes.
Yeah.
list of
As
changes.
they've said, it's difficult.
and that can be circulated certainly before that committee meeting, but the decision can be made at the committee meeting. I think that would be good practice. Yeah. Okay, so we'll debate the amendment then, Councillor King.
I don't need to debate.
No, okay. Councillor McPherson, a seconder. Did you want to?
Yes, look, I would like to say that I regard the amendment as a means forward for council. It's clear that not all members are happy with the information they've received, not because they don't like the information so much as that they feel it's lacking. And I think Councillor King has made that clear. And I also personally think some of the information is lacking. Plus, I think there's a certain arrogance in some of the answers that have been received, as though, reading between the lines, no one has said this, it's my opinion, but it's my opinion that some people think, oh, we're going to win the vote anyway, it doesn't matter what you think, Councillor King. I've detected that in some of the responses to him, some of the speeches round the table. I don't like that sort of, to receive that sort of vibe from around the council table, or from staff, or from the chair.
No, sorry, Councillor McPherson.
What's your point of order?
I don't think the chair has to raise a point of order. I mean, my role is to order the meeting. I certainly haven't implied that at all, Councillor King, and in fact, I'm going to support his amendment.
Great. You did
Continue.
interrupt him when he was trying to move his motion.
Well, that's my role as chair, Councillor McPherson.
Not to interrupt. I wouldn't have thought
Well,
until he'd finished.
excuse me, but you're interrupting me. You know, we get a long way, like with this amendment that I have encouraged Councillor King to do, when we're all collegial with each other and debate and discuss the issues at hand rather than points.
Yes,
forward.
and the point I'm making is
carry on, Councillor.
I don't think it's been very collegial, some of the debating, some of the points and inferences that have been made. So I'm going to support this amendment. If it wins, well and good, then we can have a decent debate and informed one next meeting. If the amendment doesn't win, I'm going to vote against this because of the way it has been handled.
Right, thank you. Are there any further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'm voting against the amendment on the basis that what we as councillors are looking at is a document today going forward, not a document going backwards. And I would agree track changes important in looking at bylaws and major policies, but I think in this respect, this is a simple document that is moving the art agenda forward in a positive way. And I think, having seen the two documents over the past months, that getting track changes or having those changes identified won't take the debate any further. All members have had the opportunity to read it and understand it, and for that reason I'm supporting it. I won't support a process that I think is destined to simply waste time on this issue.
Yes, Councillor King. Yep.
I am supporting the amendment, and I will also vote for the motion because I don't want to vote against this, which is putting out where we want to take the city with art. But it would give me comfort to understand what changes have been made. Councillor Deputy Mayor, you were a part of the working group. You understand very well what's happened, what's been put into this document and what hasn't. I haven't, and all I asked for earlier was for staff to give me the list of the changes that was ruled against. Now I'm just asking for a list before I vote, so I don't vote blind. I will still support the motion should my amendment fail, because I don't want to trip this up. And I'm not against the arts, but it is dangerous, and I think it sets a dangerous precedent when we sit around this table voting blind from one document to the other, when the second document is neither attached nor is the track changed or is there a list of what the changes were? So I'm not trying to trip the process up here. I just don't think it's good. I don't think it's good practice, policy practice.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Forsyth?
Yeah, look, I'd just like to assure councillors around this table that I'm not voting blind, that I'm, as I said, I'm happy with the document. I have read the old arts agenda because I did, and yeah, I'm not voting blind, so I just want to reassure you that, Councillor King, that I'm not going into this unprepared. Yes. So, yeah, and to other councillors as well.
Your Worship?
Are we speaking for the motion and the amendment together?
Sorry,
or
I've lost my
doing?
train of thought there. We were, Councillor Forsyth was exercising her right of reply, or was she speaking to the amendment? I'm a little bit lost. I wasn't taking, taking the two together.
No, I think I heard you say when the amendment was moved, you were taking speakers for the amendment.
For the amendment only.
Yes, and you were going to deal with the amendment.
Yeah, Your Worship.
So, when the amendment is voted on, are you then going to go back and ask for speakers on the motion?
Well, that's the process that I've started, so yes.
Okay.
Just a point on that, Chair. I thought that Deputy Mayor Chesterman had actually started the debate for the motion.
Yes,
He did.
So can we now move from the motion back to the? Can we move from the motion?
Look,
to the
I
amendment?
don't. I'm not sure that this really matters. I mean, sometimes we take amendments and motions together, and this time I took the amendment separately. So I'd like us to just continue with that. Yeah, I know that I went to the Deputy Mayor before Councillor Forsyth. I made a error, and I'll challenge anyone sitting here as chair to that's never done that before.
I'll just speak about it then. Okay, so I'm speaking against the amendment and for the motion. And I think, you know, people have probably lost sight a little bit of what we're doing here. Back in June last year, we resolved to ask the Arts Advisory Panel to undertake this review. And why did we do that? Because we appointed them as a panel of experts. And we asked them to have a look at the existing one, which was passed in 2012. And as the Deputy Mayor has highlighted, a lot has happened since then. In fact, that arts agenda was really probably more realistically developed the year before. And I think it would be fair to say that we were largely in our infancy in terms of a coordinated approach to art and culture in the city. And the arts agenda, the last one that this one is to replace, was in many ways a simplistic sort of document and very high level, to the extent that, in my opinion, it was rather vague. It turns out that that's a lot of the feedback that's been given to us. It's too vague. It's not specific. We're not clear where you want to go. Despite that, we have achieved a lot of things in the arts sector over the last 3 or 4 years, some of those very significant. And the council has had a lot to do with that. And I think we are here today moving to the next step of arts and culture in the city. The Arts Advisory Panel goes off to review it. And rightly so, they seek input from the arts community and, importantly, Creative Waikato, who was established sort of back in 2012-13 as the focal point for operationalising art stuff across Hamilton and the region. And they can call on a wealth of experts and do. And when I look at paragraph 17 about the tremendous amount of input that has been had, not only by those who are passionate about the arts, and I guess to Councillor Mallett's point could perhaps be over-ambitious, but also people that we have put on an arts advisory panel to kind of be the filter for realism. That all came back to the working group to be, I guess, our eyes and ears about realism and sensibility within a council framework. So I think the process here, while quite long, has been very, very good, and it's had the input of a lot of people who know stuff, plus it's been through 2 filters of this council's governance model, and I think that's very good. To be frank, they're like chalk and cheese, and while I accept the point that it's always useful to have, and I'm the first one to say, highlight the differences, it's quite difficult to do that because they are a completely different approach. What happened back in 2012 was right for then, but it's not right for today. The sector is looking for the council to be, I guess, more focused and more certain about its role in arts. So they are chalk and cheese documents, and I could sort of sense Nick trying to answer good questions from councillors about what's changed. But as the working group found out, you can't really compare them because they're completely different in the sense of approach, structure and content, because we've moved on as a city and we need far more clarity about the council's role in this, because what's happening is the private sector has got developed up. Mesh, Toti, Creative Waikato, lots of other things are happening. Meteor, Clarence Street. I went to the opening of Clarence Street a few months back. Councillor King, you were there. Councillor Gallagher was there. They've got it together. They know where they're going, and they're not coming to us. They're doing it themselves. So this document, Council, is about giving clarity to our role. Look, when you look at the actions down there, a lot of these things we are already doing. They're encapsulated. They're in other plans. So despite me being one of the people that always says, give me the list, what's changed, I am very comfortable with this. It's been through the rigour, and the comparison is a very difficult one to make because they are different approaches, different focuses, and I think those people will agree, far more clarity now. I'm very happy with this document. I think we just get on with it. And what I'm also very happy about is that the Advisory Arts Panel have gone through it all and are recommending to us that it be adopted, because they, as a panel of experts, have said this is good to go. And they are the ones that have been working with the last one. So they know in depth the differences or the, what needs to change. So, Chair, I think I understand some hesitancy, but I would encourage councillors to move on with it, get it going, because we're actually doing some very good things when it comes to arts, and we're getting some very positive feedback about it, and I want to continue to support it. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers?
Could I ask a question of clarification?
Yep.
Were you on the Public Art Working Group?
Yes,
Yeah.
I was on the working group, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm just going to just quickly look. The sky's not going to fall if this is delayed to the next S&P meeting. I thoroughly and look, I'm happy with that. If more information is needed, more information is needed. But I think it's a good plan. When I think of, like the Deputy Mayor has highlighted, when I think of certainly where we were when I first came on council, to the journey from there to the first arts agenda and the considerable movement in the city from that first arts agenda, I'm really looking forward to seeing what this one can produce. And certainly the first one, the funding from the public and the financial support from the public is considerable, and so I have that same expectation from the public and the private sector for this new plan. For me, on my radar here is Founders Theatre. I think that is our city's town hall, and it is something that the council needs to look at before it falls down around us. And I think that it's certainly owned very strongly in the hearts and minds of people in the city. And I'm sure there are no members, including Councillor Mallett, around the table that would go out there and talk to people, and I think the majority would support that view. There's a lot of history behind Founders Theatre. But yeah, thanks, Nick. You've done a great job. This has been a really long journey, this whole reviewing of arts process, and I'm really glad that this is the last cab off the rank. Okay, mover of amendment doesn't get a right of reply. So I'm going to put the amendment up on the board to the vote. That's the King-McPherson amendments. We'll have a show of hands. All those in favour of the amendment, raise your hands.
Councillor Mallett, Green, McPherson, King, and Madam Chair. That's 5 votes for the amendment.
Thank you. And those against?
Wilson, Tooman, Mayor Hardacre, Councillors Pascoe, Forsyth and Chesterman. The amendment has lost 6 votes against and 5 for.
Thank you. And, okay, so we've got the motion on the table. Did anybody want to debate the motion? Okay, I'll put the motion. Can you remove the amendment, please? Thank you. So we'll do it on the show of hands again. So all those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands.
Councillors Wilson, Tooman, Green, King, Mayor Hardacre, Councillors Pascoe, Forsyth, Chesterman and Madam Chair. That's 9 votes for the motion.
And those against the motion?
Councillors Mallett and McPherson.
Thank you.
Carried 9 to 2.
Thank you.
It's a famous alliance.
What are you doing voting?
Right, thank you very much. Okay, we're on to item 10, the Community Facilities Review Report. We've got D in the hot seat. Page 67. Okay, Dee, you can take the report as read, and we will go to questions.
Excuse me, Chairwoman, I'm shooting off.
Thank you, councillor.
Thank you. Thank you for the
Sweeties.
chocolates. I'll leave those.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I'll...
Give them to Karina.
No.
Right, are there any questions? There are no questions.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Councillor Pascoe?
Yes, I've got one question. Paragraph 41 on the celebrating age, concern building. There has been, I think, in around the chamber, some meetings back, a concern expressed that the building, or I think it's the building and not the land, there may be some ownership aspects of that building held with the group who currently occupy it. Has council been able to establish whether or not that is correct?
We're still trying to work that one out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just ask how many, in the recommendation you've got there that staff progress discussions with all interested parties, and I mean, I've been contacted like other elected members about people in the community interested in taking over the management of some of these facilities. Have you remained in discussion with those people throughout? Are they completely up to date with the process that we're going through?
That's correct. So every one of the groups that have approached either staff or elected members, we have engaged with them and kept them informed of the process moving forward. And even up to date, prior to this report being received by council today, we've engaged with all of the stakeholders who may be impacted moving forward.
And each one of, I mean, you've got that staff progress discussions. Does that mean, and you're presenting a report, should a decision be required? Okay, sorry, I've just answered my own question.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. Right, are there any further questions? Councillor King?
Paragraph 27. The facilities detailed in attachment 1 are tired, old and not fit for purpose. Paragraph 27. And there also goes on to say they're not financially sustainable. We know that any of these are subsidised by 82% or something, so none of them are financially sustainable. The Celebrating Age Centre, I just struggle to see how that is tired, old and not fit for purpose.
If I may, through the chair, that's probably, Celebrating Age is probably one of our newer facilities, and that alongside with Trafford Sports Dome. But ultimately, where the community's moving to is there's changing expectations around the types of community facilities that we should be delivering. And ultimately, going through this whole process of reviewing the community facilities portfolio in its entirety has been fairly complex and, further identified the diversity of our community portfolio that we've currently got. And some of probably decision-making by previous councils and how we've acquired some of these properties, which essentially have been built for the purpose of sports activities or sport and recreation, and not so much for around community facilities.
So it's not answering my question. The Celebrating Age Centre, just take that out.
Yep.
It's a very good building.
Yeah.
It's fit for purpose. It's not tired. It's not old. Why is it on the list?
To validate what you've just asked, Councillor King, what I would say is that it isn't fit for purpose in the sense of, yes, it's meeting a need at the moment, and ultimately we've had the Celebrating Age since 1997 when we took over the management from the Citizens Association, and I think it's meeting its purpose for the current need at the time, but I think moving forward, certainly, and the changing expectations of the community, those expectations will actually change. So what I'm saying is that it's fit for purpose currently, but in terms of moving forward into the future, may not actually meet the expectations of our community moving forward.
I'm just struggling with why a building that's in central Hamilton, that's flat, that has parking underneath it for old people, isn't going to be fit for purpose going forward. I mean, we know we have to upgrade all our buildings and put money in them. I'm just, what exactly?
I'm not sure how further I can answer that question, Councillor King.
But you've told me it's not going to be fit for purpose in the future.
The changing expectations of the community and how they would like to engage with the community facilities moving forward will change, and has already started to change. People are expecting new purpose-built facilities whereby you can, and if I use the Enderley Community Centre as a classic example.
No, I'm talking about.
Well, I'm trying to give you an example of why it's not fit for purpose, where you can actually book out or lease some space within a facility without actually hindering another group who may have already booked a space that's on the other side of that room. So that's what I'm saying in terms of not fit for purpose. There are some challenges around how the facilities are currently configured. And it's meeting the needs of today. That's what I'm not negating that, but I think moving forward, in terms of meeting the needs of what the community is going to expect moving forward, is going to change.
I've been to events there where there's been 3 different groups there at once, and everyone's worked in together well.
That's great. Yeah.
That's
what I'm saying. Like today, it's fit for purpose, but moving forward into the future.
So the report's not correct, where you say it's not. Sure.
That was a generalisation in that statement. Okay. I think the key thing is when you read the table is to look at the individual recommendations for each of those community facilities which the working party's gone through, and that came off a long list of things that we've looked at through the community occupancy work that we've done over the last 3 years. Was narrowed down to those. I think it's 10 facilities that are actually in that table. And you'll see in the back end of the table on the right hand side there's actually the individual recommendations for those. Obviously that's in the Ferry Bank master planning area, so it's just carry on Celebrating Age until that process is worked through, and then obviously the recommendations that if there's any decision for council to make, then that report comes back to council to then weigh up the options, etc., and then make a decision from there.
So just stay there since you're talking. So if this building wasn't in the location it's in, if it wasn't on the Ferry Bank area, would we be discussing it today? Would it be on this list?
Yes, we were asked to look at all community facilities and basically.
But there's over 100 and you've come down to 10, and this one here you've just said is fit for purpose.
Yeah.
today, and that it's not tired and it's not old, and it was a generalisation that it got on, that this comment was made.
The comment in the report is a generalisation. Generally, out of the 10, most of them aren't fit for purpose.
There's far worse buildings than this one in town
Yes, there are, and there's some worse
that
that
aren't on the list.
as well. So
Yeah, there's also others that aren't on the list.
what we're really saying is that generally the community facilities that the council's got, we've generally inherited those in various ways over the years. And if you're starting with a blank sheet of paper, you probably wouldn't be designing your community facility portfolio with what we've inherited over the years and what we're managing now.
So, General Manager, you're telling me that the location of this building on the Ferry Bank has got nothing to do with the reason why it made it into the top 10 list or the bottom 10 list?
No. it's
The
just
location
one that's
hadn't.
on the list of our
The
community
fact that we
facilities.
desire it for another project has got nothing to do with.
No, we were asked to look at
This-
all of it, and the staff worked through that with the working party, so we worked through all our community facilities. Obviously, with other ones, there's constraints and things like that, as all of them have. There's a history to all of these, as we know, and some of it's quite complex, and as Dee says, some of them we're still trying to find out some of the information from historic sources. So,
And the fact that the old people from who are probably past now, all of them, put money into this to start with. Does that not come into this at all? When
well, it's something
they
the
have a stake
council
in.
have to take into account when we look at what the future is for that facility, whether it's going to stay there or whatever comes out of the Ferry Bank master plan process. So that's why the recommendation is there is basically carry on what's happening at the moment. You'll see that on the table, and then if any of those in the recommendations that lead to that, if there's going to be any other options to be discussed, then that has to come back to council for debate.
So this isn't a case of coveting what your neighbour's got.
Sorry?
This isn't a case of coveting what your neighbour's got.
No, we've been through a whole robust, open-minded process for the facilities we've got. To be honest, the whole thing, when we got into it, it ended up being quite a complex project, and what we started with the surveying work we did was actually looking at what is the community facility spaces that are available across the city, those that are also not provided by Hamilton City Council, and then actually started to think about, well, what's actually the needs of the city. Quite a complex piece of work, and that got quite difficult, so the working group said, well, let's narrow that back to focusing on what council is managing at the moment. There is that other recommendation in there about how can council actually work with others to actually then, if someone wants to know about if they want to book a space for a wedding or a 21st or something like that, or a community event, then what are the facilities that are available across the city that are not only Hamilton City Council facilities, but might be a church in Mariah, there might be a non-government organisation or something like that. So how could we facilitate that happening, that people know that, which would also maybe help some of those groups if they're looking for a small revenue source and that sort of thing.
And that's information we actually didn't know before going into this process, so that's been a positive.
Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. Look, I think council has actually in the last 2 or 3 years been doing some good work with quite a number of these that I'm familiar with areas. I actually think the report sort of spoiled some of that good work, especially with the pejorative comment that Andrew's picked up on about the facilities being tired, old and not fit for purpose. It's all very well to say now that's a generalisation, Lance. It's a generalisation that should never have been put in there because it catches everything that's listed in here, and it's untrue. And but it sort of creates a bit of a feeling that we've got to get rid of them as soon as we can, and that's certainly the implication when you read that. When you look at the current status and the recommendations, it doesn't actually say that. It's a bit like seeing a headline in the newspaper that's got absolutely nothing to do with the facts that are presented in the article. And I think that's how having heard the explanation, how I take that now, I would strike 27. I wouldn't even receive it because I think it's wrong and it clouds the issue. The question I wanted to ask was, the other comment I'd make is, Lance, you said you wouldn't design some of those buildings now knowing what they're being used for. That would be probably true of almost every building in the city, apart from the last few years, including this very room here. We all know we wouldn't design it like we've got it now, but hey, we make it work, and that's what happens with all of these cases. I mean, we wouldn't have a community centre in the Te Rapa Sports Dome if we were doing things now, but hey, we make it work. So there's all sorts of things like that have happened, and that's, you know, it's just that's the way communities work. So it's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing in that method of handling things that says we're doing anything wrong. It just says that's reality, and that's how we run this community. And there's pluses and minuses in almost everything. But what I wanted to check really was, I heard Deanne's comment earlier that if I want to check that I was correct in my hearing, that you've discussed with people who've expressed interest in running some of these, with all of them, or some comment like that, facilities, because
So
I'm aware of at least some groups that you haven't discussed with. So I was wondering how widespread that, or whether that was another sort of generalisation.
So if I may, through the chair, that's not a generalisation. My team and myself have been involved and also engaged with those organisations who have expressed an interest prior to us going into this whole process about 18 months ago. I think some channels came through Councillor Chesterman, and we've remained in contact with those groups. I myself have been engaged in community consultation out at Endley, because this has been a hot topic of debate out there for probably close to 18 months, with a wide range of that community there. And also, again, I reiterate, Councillor Chesterman actually attended some of those meetings as well. So,
Sorry, was that just in relation to Enderley you made that comment?
Endley, yeah.
But what about the others?
No, we've been in contact with all of the groups that we've been that are directly impacted, who are under my control through my community facilities. So we've been engaging with them throughout the whole process of.
In relation to the future management, you're saying?
Not in the future management, because ultimately we didn't know what that was going to be. This is ultimately what this report is bringing back to. So we've kept them abreast of the fact that we are actually going through a review of the community facilities. What the future use is going to look like, we don't know. But ultimately, inform them around the working group and what the purpose of that was for, and for that information to be brought back to council for direction for staff to move forward. But ultimately, in terms of what is the future use, we didn't know that.
The context that I heard you mention was that you'd been in contact with the ones that expressed views on the future management, or desires to use it. And I know for a fact that there are at least a couple where that's not been the case, and I'll happy to discuss them again with you.
I'm happy to take those names. Ultimately,
one of them's already been discussed with you, but I'll discuss that again. Right. So I'm just trying to establish what's fact and what's generalisation here. Thanks.
So if I reiterate again, those groups who have contacted me through their own channels, I have made contact with and met with them, throughout this process. So if there's been new groups that I'm unaware of, they haven't come through my channels, certainly haven't come through my team's channels. So, apologies if we haven't picked that up. But
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, I'm ready to move when questions are complete.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any? Thank you, Councillor Paul. So there don't seem to be any questions. So that's been moved by Councillor Pascoe and seconded by Councillor Forsyth. Councillor Pascoe, as mover, would you like to speak first?
Thank you, I would. I support the recommendation. It became evident to me, as well as other members of the working group, that a broad brush approach to dealing with dealing with community facilities overall was not possible, given the various iterations of some owning the buildings, us owning the buildings, the condition of those buildings, and being in variable condition and so forth. So supporting strongly that staff progress discussions with all the interested party may well answer Councillor Mallett's earlier concerns about duplication of council providing facilities that may well be provided or available from other groups around the city. And I think the survey was most useful. That's mentioned in paragraphs 28 and 29 of the report, suggesting that quite a number of activities similar to those in council-owned leases, whether it's land and buildings or on land, are already being provided by other providers around the city. So I think it's a good opportunity now to work on an individual basis with the various groups around the city to identify what the uses are of council-owned facilities. Indeed, there are some that are only being used for 1 or 2 hours a week, and to me that sounds like a most inefficient use of a resource, whether it's owned by us or indeed by anyone. So, so I support the recommendation and hope that other councillors will do the same.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
I have an amendment
Sure.
to the motion, and it is simply to point A, that it should read, the amendment would read that the report be received with the exception of paragraph 27. If I have a second, I'll speak to that.
I'll second that.
With the exception of paragraph
27. May I speak to that and the motion at the same time?
Yes, thank
Thanks.
you.
Look, I'm happy to add that into my motion if it's just the first sentence, because I think there is a factual content to our buildings becoming expensive to maintain.
All right.
Is that
So if we took that
okay?
that first sentence, just that first sentence.
Yes, we
McPherson?
agree that that will do
Okay.
the job.
Okay.
So
I'm
you're
happy-
withdrawing your amendment
and
and
happy to include that.
capture that in the motion.
Yep.
While we continue with debate, if Democracy could pop that on the board, that would be helpful. Thank you.
May I speak to that,
Yes,
Worship?
thank you.
I actually agree with Councillor Pascoe, and thank you for agreeing with that removal of that sentence, because I think there was a niggle that didn't need to be there. I think that it's a good move we're doing this. It is overdue to have a look at how we use these facilities, how we manage them particularly. It's as a user myself of some of the facilities. It's long been a bugbear that they've been appear to have been managed as though they're council departments, when it's because of the nature of the facilities, the one-off nature of many of them. It's been painfully obvious to users in many cases that there is a better way to manage them, and it could be via the community in some cases, via the businesses in other cases, all sorts of different ways, but that because we didn't create these, we inherited them in almost all cases, and inherited management structures, and in many cases inherited users. It's we're not able as a large bureaucratic organisation to run these very well, no matter how good our systems are. And I think if one of the outcomes of the group's work leads us to find some better ways, at least in some cases, to manage them, I think that's good, because I think it'll be good for the users and the community.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor King.
I'm supporting this motion. It is looking at individually at each building and how it's run and whether we can do it more efficiently. When it comes to the Age Concern Centre, I'm opposed to, I mean, this is the building, this is a partnership that we have, I understand, with the elderly of our city, where we actually do something real. We have a building which they can book space in, and as groups, and it's a building that they, I believe, I understand that they poured money into. I think they may have built the building themselves. It's not an old building like the rest, like a lot of the other buildings here. I believe it is suitable for these people. I believe what's happened is it just happens to be in the wrong place. It happens to be on the ferry bank, where we would like to use, some members around this table would like to use that piece of land to as a redevelopment of the ferry bank area, and I don't think that's a good enough reason to consider moving aged out of that building. In fact, with the ferry bank development, if it does go ahead, what better place to have our aged people in that area? So I am supporting the motion, but I'm just flying the flag that as this comes up and when this comes up, if it comes up, that I'll be strongly opposed to them not continuing in that building. Thank you.
Right. Before I go, Councillor Forsyth, did you, as seconder, did you want to speak? Before I go to the move, I just wanted to say a few words. Look, I'm happy to support the motion, and I'm comfortable with the direction we're going with this. However, my expectation will be that we, when we're negotiating with these groups, my expectation will be that we will have the same deals as that we've done for the two theatres, and that we don't have an expectation that we're going to sell to these community groups. I'm talking about gifting. I don't know what that's going to look like, but that would be my expectation. I agree and disagree with some of the comments that Councillor King and others have said around the Celebrating Age Centre. I'm not sure that if we proposed under the river plan or anything else some kind of bright, new, modern, more accessible facility for the groups that are in that, or older persons that are in there now, I'm not sure that they would turn that down. And that might be a really special building that can be integrated into the river, but can be more fit for purpose for them. And they have a long history there. So I don't want to shut the door on that. Look, I'm looking forward to seeing these come back, and thank you to the to staff who have been working with the groups. I know that they, out there in the community, they have been, lobbying us elected members. And again, I just reiterate, I do hope that we will treat them equally as fairly as we have when we've gifted two theatres back to the arts sector. So that's my comments on that, and I will go to the mover for right to reply, Councillor Pascoe.
No, I have nothing further.
Just clarification, so you're suggesting you would consider passing on the management of these 10 properties to the users?
Well, that's what the report's talking about. That's where we go. I'm saying I'm supporting that direction of travel.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Pascoe is not using his right of reply, so we've got that up there with the deletion of the first sentence of paragraph 27. If everyone's comfortable with that, I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands.
Carried
Unanimous, that's great. So there's no one against. Thank you, staff. All right, we're up to item 11, page 74, and these are the recommendations coming through from the Business and Investment Subcommittee. I'm just looking at the committee here. I'm going to take the CCTP out separately to the policies. I'd like to do the policies all together unless committee members have a desire to want to do those separately. So I'm looking for any comments on that, Councillor King?
Separately.
You happy? You want to do the policies separately?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Does anyone else have a view on that?
I'm happy to do them all together.
I'm just going to be guided here by, I guess, the majority of what people want to do. But I need some views. Together. Councillor McPherson, what?
Well, I think we should take them separately because people have different views on different policies.
Well, yeah, they do.
What about if you took it by exception, people called it, and any that weren't called were done?
Councillor King, is there anyone in particular there you want to pull out? Is there any there we can do together?
Well, the Central City Transformation.
Oh, no, that is separate. I said that, yeah. It's just these three policies.
Yep.
if we could do them together.
That's fine.
Yep, okay, great. Councillor Gallagher?
So what is that? We pull them out?
So we're going to do the CCTP. And then,
Separate?
yep, and then we'll just do the policies as a little group because there's only 3 policies there.
All right, so get rid of the
Yeah.
CTP first,
Yes, we'll do that
and then
first.
then I come back
Yep.
with my say on the gateways and
Yes,
the litter and
absolutely.
the
Yep.
Manning Street.
Okay, yes,
I had a question on one of the others, so we're going to have a discussion.
the policies.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
we'll deal with the CCTP first.
Sure.
Yeah, so we've got Sean, Sean fronting up for this one. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you, Chair. The report that's in front of you, along with the revised CCTP, which we're hoping to get your approval to take into final and out of draft, hopefully is fairly self-explanatory. I think I should remind you that you saw the first draft of this in this committee on the 22nd of September and approved that we take it to a broader public consultation process, which we have done, and we have sort of worked through that in quite a bit of detail. The outcome of the consultation process was not a lot of change to the original draft. The main changes actually revolved around a desire to strengthen the wording with regard to protection of the interests of pedestrians, particularly in the case of where they were used by shared zones, and that was a topic of conversation both with respondents but also with the Business and Investment Subcommittee when it considered the feedback and considered the final elements to the draft that we're wanting to put to you today. So generally speaking, we have had a very, very good response and feedback to the direction of travel of the draft. We've had great feedback from and very engaged feedback in the formulation of the draft itself at the outset, and certainly quite a bit of consistent sign-on in terms of the outcomes we're hoping to achieve. The next question, of course, is where do we take our action plans in order to try and achieve some of those outcomes. So I'd like to take the report as read, and I'm really happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
I had a question about the shared zone. I certainly take your point that you've raised about that and the comments in there about pedestrian right of way. In this case, pedestrians haven't had the right of way on Victoria Street to date, except unofficially, which works with some drivers and not with others, and you have to eyeball them to tell. So I'm wondering, and I'm not supporting this long term, whether you should be considering and have considered maybe signage on a temporary basis to warn people of the change. I would, when we had Worley Place, it was the whole thing was new, and we didn't use signage to warn people there because it was all new to everyone, and everyone was feeling the way. Now there are drivers used to going through that at 30 kilometres an hour plus, and it would be good, I feel, to give them a warning before we start trying to enforce it or have an accident. So I'm just wondering if you've thought of that, or your people have thought of that.
Yes, through the Chair, you're exactly right, and it has been a topic of conversation at the B&I subcommittee. I think Councillor Forsyth in particular was promoting that issue quite heavily, and we've certainly signalled to that where there's any execution in terms of extension of shared zones and so forth, that is a very, very important part that has to be considered in terms of any action that takes place. But that has definitely been quite a topic of conversation.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Sean, I just wanted to just double check with you on page 78. No, ignore me, sorry. That's the policy bit.
We'll come to it.
Yeah. Councillor King, sorry, did you have more? Yep, got you next for questions.
Can I start with paragraph 28 on page 76 of that report of our report? How many submissions were there?
Well, as reported in the paper there, we reported to the B&I subcommittee that we had received 82 responses. However, as noted here, one of those responses came to us from Generation Zero, and following the Business and Investment Subcommittee, they had asked that we treat their response as having come from a total of 88 submissions that they had collated, which we have done in this report. But at the time of receiving their initial response, we didn't realise that they wanted it to be representative of 88, but we've since taken that on board. And the feedback from those 88 have taken individually, in our view, is still very consistent with the direction of travel for the plan.
So my question was, how many submissions came in?
So 88 and 82, add them together, and 170.
So your 82 responses you're calling submissions on line 1?
Of 28, and then we're adding one of those was from Generation Zero, but we're now counting that as 88 instead of 1.
Just
Sorry,
for clarification,
I'm
they were,
confused.
sorry, Councillor King, just for clarification on what you're raising there, they were photocopied.
It doesn't matter what they were.
No,
It's
but
individual
I'm...
submissions. Don't play it down by saying they were.
Oh, no, Councillor King, I'm trying to help you with a little bit of extra information, that's all. I'm not playing anything down. This is the first time I've seen this as well, so you're actually helping. You don't need to be silly about it. Goodness me. Carry on.
So 88 submissions came in from Generation Zero, and a separate 82 submissions came in from others. Is that?
Yeah, including the cover submission from Generation Zero. So yeah.
Right. I guess this has happened before in the past. I guess my concern is that when a group comes in with 88 different submissions, that they really are considered as separate submissions, not that there's no, and they are given strength on every submission, not watered down by calling it one response with 88. Different responders.
As I said, at the time that we received the submission, we read the submission in full. It was a very detailed submission, a very thorough submission, and whilst it had referred to the fact that it had collated input from its members and so forth, we treated it as one submission, just as we do with other associations and organisations who come in representative members. However, having said that, we received shortly afterwards, after receiving that submission, a spreadsheet which gave us the details of the 88 submitters through Generation Zero. Once again, we just had assumed it was just part of their core submission, and it wasn't until they alerted us to the fact that they did not want that to be treated as such immediately after the B&I subcommittee considered it. We said, fine, we accept your point.
So with the Hamilton Central Business Association, did separate submissions come in with that?
No, they just provided one submission on behalf of their members.
Thank you. On page of the plan, on page 14, on the bottom line, it says planning rules will support these defined identities. Our planning rules don't.
Correct. So the action that's in the plan suggests that at some stage council will consider whether or not the district plan should reflect the proposal in this plan.
So you're referring to moving council putting forward a variation to the district plan to ensure this does happen if necessary?
It may choose to do so, yes.
And you've got that on page 47, second column, second box down, under district plan.
Correct.
So how big a job is it to move a variation to the district plan?
It is.
That may be a better question for you. I'm happy for you to answer it if you want to, but I know you're not an expert in the field.
Suggest that I'd rather it was answered by the expert from Luke. Unfortunately, he's not with us today, but whether there's someone else who can go through the process with you. But yes, it is a reasonable amount of work, and a decision will have to be taken as to the value of doing that work. And it's not an abnormal thing to happen, as I've been advised.
So the district plan that we're looking at putting a variation in to make these areas work, to force the developer to do what we want them to do in the different areas, is that district plan been signed off yet?
No, I understand it's still subject to some work.
So a plan that's still proposed, we're looking at putting a variation in on that plan to make this work.
Potentially, yes.
And the plan that we've got in place at the moment, when did that first get floated or come to this?
It was way before my time. I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
So the proposed district plan that we're looking at putting a variation, if we pass this, what date did that? Sorry?
There is nothing that has been programmed.
The existing proposed district plan, when did that come into effect? Oh, when did that start?
To work for it.
Can you please reiterate your question, Councillor
The proposed district.
Andrew, it was 2012.
Okay,
Yes.
so 2012, the proposed district plan was put in place.
Was notified, yes.
Yet notified with different zoning rules, different zoning areas in the central city than the plan before that?
Not probably all that different. Some twiddling around the edges.
So the plan before had commercial areas from London Street North up to Middle Street, and it also had commercial from Collingwood Street South, from Hood Street South. All those areas came in as central city with that change of plan. And
I would have to get the material.
those are major
Councillor.
changes, I would have thought. That's not tinkering around the edges.
I would have to get the plan, Councillor, to see.
Basically, I understand the size of the central city was doubled with the change of that plan from the plan
I would
before.
have to get the plan to see, Councillor.
Does anyone else in this room, apart from me, know the answer to this?
Well, I think you've had the answer from the acting general manager, Councillor King. I don't know, is any in the CE? I don't,
Deborah would be the person to know.
yeah.
I suppose, Chair, if I can help, you'll recall the B&I subcommittee had a session with Luke O'Dwyer, who went through this very issue with us
Yeah.
and covered off what, and so I'm paraphrasing here, but you're a member of the B&I subcommittee, Councillor King, so you will recall that discussion, that part of the review will be to look at whether anything needs changing or not, because there are, I think you said tinkering around the edges, that's her terminology, but I think Luke used terminology that would be similar, and that there would also have to be a look at the river plan, ferry bank, to also do a review against current district plan or proposed district plan. So if that's helpful, but I guess it's Luke O'Dwyer who has been advising the Business and Investment Subcommittee, and if he's around, he could come and answer these questions, but I certainly recall a lengthy session with B&I on this very issue.
So specifically through the chair, I asked the chair of the B&I, Mayor Julie, several times how this could ever happen without a change to the district plan. without a variation to the district plan, and several times you told me that you'd asked Luke and that you had said that the current plan could accommodate it.
So look, I'm not going to have a to and fro conversation, Councillor Leary, on this. As chair of the B&I subcommittee, this topic has been discussed in that subcommittee. If individual members of that subcommittee are not satisfied with the answers given by the planning manager, Luke O'Dwyer, then they should be seeking him out and getting clarification on that. What I know, and I'm not a planning expert, is that one of the actions in this plan is to review this plan against the proposed district plan. Let's say it becomes the district plan. And once that review is done, that will identify whether any variations are required. And I don't know the answer to that yet. I only know what we've been given to date. And so that action, I guess, will need to go through just like the Ferry Bank area. Yeah, and a variation, I mean, Councillor King will well and truly know what a process under the district plan is.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep.
I'm trying to make other people here aware of what is involved.
Okay.
I don't think councillors are.
And
I'm
just
sure they are.
with full respect to the Mayor, I didn't start this conversation, you did.
Well, yeah, you did ask the Mayor for a question and she answered. So, Councillor King, is that all your questions?
I do have more. Where in this plan does it talk about what mixed use is in the Victoria precinct? It goes into great detail about what the residential is. Where does it talk about the mixed use?
Is there a definition?
Well, it talks about mixed use in a number of locations. I need to just go through to the zones and look.
And while you're at it, I'd also like to know in the Grantham Street area what mixed use means.
When we talked about mixed use in Grantham area
In the policy, yeah.
yes, yeah, just in terms of the Grantham area and say Victoria, we talked about primary use or the primary character or nature of the precinct. But we also talked about how there would always be an overlap of uses. So it wasn't a defined, thou shalt only do that and you can't do this sort of thing. If you're doing residential zones, for example, there was always going to be a requirement and a need to enable some elements of retail, some elements of hospitality, to be mixed in with that. So mixed use is probably not necessarily the best phrase to use if you wanted to be more prescriptive of that, but we were trying to get a sense that it wasn't trying to define a place as being only being able to do this, but we're certainly trying to define it as predominantly the area is to do a certain thing. But mixed use enables other activations within an area, and that's not abnormal to other residential zones around the city.
Name me another residential zone in the city that
Well,
has mixed
I'm
use
just talking
overlay?
about areas like Charwell that have small shopping precincts, like a small
Yeah,
corner,
but those areas are
small corner
zoned.
dairy and so forth. So it's just allowing that sort of retail amenity and convenience amenity to be in amongst the residential.
I don't know of another area in the city that has a mixed use zone. That's why I'm asking the questions.
If I might speak here.
Yep.
I think it would be good to not talk about this plan in terms of zones and the district plan. They're two separate things. So you can't use an overlay in the zone to talk about this. It's not intended to work quite that way. This will, if there are changes that need to be made to the district plan to give effect to this, that's a separate process. But we're not talking about zones in the same way that the district plan does.
So can somebody tell me what Grantham residential and mixed use means? I get the residential bit. I don't get the mixed use bit in this area. Can somebody help me? Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to look up the area.
Under city fringe mixed use, what does that mean? Where is the definition? Where is the reference to it?
Sorry, if I could just step back to you're talking about the Grantham area.
Yes.
And yes, I can't find that definition. I'm just trying to look where the definition of that is. Residential and mixed use. I don't. Yes. Yes. So our focus on the CCTP plan was invariably on the business district, Victoria,
So what
and the
page
South End.
What page
so
are you on?
I was just looking at page 14.
Does it refer to
I'm
it
just
there?
failing to see a definition here of Grantham other than what's on the map.
Or can I ask what?
It would be pretty much the same, well, the same as the Victoria description.
Would you agree there are holes in this report on this issue?
Yeah, I think.
It's very specific around Victoria residential. It's very specific about each thing, but this mixed use, there doesn't seem to be a definition. And I'm just looking at city fringe mixed use, which is a big part of this plan in the grey colour. What is that? What is that going to be under this plan?
I think when we looked at the precinct areas, we were very focused on what you see on the map as the Victoria Business District, South End and Grantham, which coded blue. Perhaps in hindsight we should have put Victoria and Grantham. But in terms of outside that black area, we didn't necessarily focus the plan on what was happening there. We had certainly discussions with a number of people about what that grey area or that city fringe mixed use is, and it was pretty much what it is now. What you see now is working and would be conducive to what the other precincts that have been identified would be. So we have very much focused on what is inside the black line on that map on page 15.
Do you know what's going to happen outside the black line in the city fringe mixed use? Because at the moment, that's covered in the same area as the other 4 precincts. Do you have any ideas what we're going to do with that?
Well, I think that's something that will be part of the district plan in terms of the direction of travel for that. It's certainly not part of the precinct areas that we identified in this plan.
So is this plan not about city fringe mixed use grey zone?
It's focusing very much on the areas that are bounded in black that you see on the map.
So we're not voting on the city fringe mixed zone when we're voting this policy?
There's no proposal on city fringe fixed zone, as I recall.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, I may have to declare look, I'll speak in general because I find it, in just general, and I'm being constructive and positive as I always am. I think we need to be really careful around, some of the terminology, because you might say, and I speak, I think, in a very general sense, because I have a residence in the area, but I don't want to talk. But if neighbours came up to me and said, well, does that mean we get a pub next to us versus, professional office? You know what I mean? So I think we just need to be quite clear what we mean, and I can understand the difference between that area having some social stuff like offices and stuff versus hospitality and that. So I think it's probably being constructive important that we do have the terminology right. And my understanding is the status quo as it roughly is in these areas, if I've got this right, this is a question, roughly people living there, there's a sort of a status quo, they get roughly where it's at. But if there is significant change, then obviously that goes through either a district plan process or a consultation process. So this,
absolutely,
I'm just trying to work out if it's an aspirational versus the actual rubber hitting the road and real change to people's individual.
That's correct. This is a visionary plan. This is a outcomes-orientated plan, but it is not a binding plan. It requires an awful lot of action in different areas in order for anything to proceed. So if it comes to anything to do with planning issues, it's got to go through the same rigour as any other planning adjustment.
And I'll just save my contribution to when you get on to the discussion.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions on the CCTP part of the report? Councillor McPherson?
Yeah, it's sort of following Andrew's point. I sort of don't understand why a half. I'll just going to use a rude word, half-baked city fringe mixed-use sort of indicative and designation on it's lilac on mine, but it seems to be grey on others, is put in there if you haven't actually looked at it. And common sense and looking out the window, if I could, behind me, would say that that is part of the CBD, part of the city centre, and you've sort of you've got a nod to that by saying it's city fringe and mixed use, but you haven't included in the black, and it actually touches 4 of the 5 area precincts anyway, and it's a heavily commercialised part of the city with very few residences left in it. And it's geographically odd not to have it in there. I can't understand why it isn't in there, but it's certainly an area that the city's the commercial part of the city's expanding into. It's got things like, the medical, you might almost call it a medical sort of precinct.
That's right.
I just don't quite understand the thinking that didn't have it fully included.
Look, I think if I can just sort of elaborate, there was thinking and discussion about that area, but once again it was thinking, well, the area is actually pretty well defined, the way it's evolved over time and the way it's guided in part by its plan and so forth, and it didn't actually require this particular piece of work to look to change it or modify what's happening in that area whatsoever. So that was very much an attitude that was taken, and that was certainly came out with some of the workshops we had with people.
Would that mean that and this, it may be Deborah that might need to answer this, that if there are changes to reflect these other colours in the district plan and not changes here, we might miss the boat? There might be some things that we might like to do to keep that in sync with the rest of the CBD?
Look, there could be a question that should be asked and answered, but certainly in the work that we did on the CCTP plan with a lot of people, that question wasn't raised. There wasn't a sense that there was anything that was lacking or missing in that particular area.
Yeah, I don't know whether there's the district plan at the moment. Does it fully suit the lilac or grey area? Is it potentially going to need changes to keep it in sync with what's happening in the area already?
Well, the district plan currently does, I hesitate to use the word mixed use given this discussion, but it allows that. It allows commercial uses and it allows residential uses. That's generally what we talk about in terms of mixed use. Is you can do, it's not separating the zones into this is just residential, this is just commercial.
How's that different from the other 2 blue areas then?
According to the district plan, the current zoning is the same.
So why wouldn't we include it? Because it's just across the road from the corner down here.
I guess the reason for that is that those 2 blue areas, Victoria and Grantham, have been sort of identified through the work program as being ideal areas for encouraging inner city residential, and that's sort of where the focus on residential is certainly coming through.
I guess that if you went out and drove around there, you would see that there's some residential and visitor accommodation in that area as well. Look, I don't think it's a massive big issue, but I just find it really odd that it's not, the geographical loop isn't closed. It's got a big dent in it, like someone's poked the balloon with something blunt.
Right, are there any further questions? Right, is there a mover for, how are we going to do this correctly? A, that the report be received.
I'll move A and B.
And B.
It's got the heading Central City Transformation Plan.
Down to Roman numerals 2.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's been moved by Her Worship the Mayor.
Second.
By Councillor Pascoe. Your Worship, would you like to speak on the motion?
Yes, this plan's been developed over a long journey and it's come before the council and discussed in depth previously, and it's been worked through the B&I subcommittee at length with many meetings and many discussions and the issues teased out. I'm not proposing to address any of the questions raised by my colleagues today because they have been talked about ad nauseum, quite frankly, and there's been a lot of people who have made comments on this journey and given a huge amount of feedback, And those people, I think all of us would classify as experts in their own fields and own right. And the thing that gives me great heart about this plan is the overwhelming support it's receiving right across a broad range of sectors. It's very rare that a council delivers something to the city that doesn't, create some concern in different sectors. And we've heard today in the public forum, Chair, from the Property Council, on one side of the fence, could I say, and on the other side of the fence, an organisation that is focused on climate change and, walking and cycling. And they are equally supportive of the plan. What most people are saying is it gives a purpose and a direction of travel, and it gives certainty about where we want to take the city. And that's what it is. It's not a district plan document. It's not a zoning plan. It's not about zones. It's about saying that the central city needs some assistance and giving some direction and focus about what that assistance would be to generate more economic activity and commercial activity to enable it to be prosperous, more prosperous than it is today. And that is a very good thing. And I do want to thank the B&I subcommittee who have spent a lot of time on this, not always agreeing, but I think well and truly thrashed out the issues, and this is where we've landed, and the public are saying get on with it, and I thoroughly endorse that. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Pascoe, no. Any further speakers on the item? Councillor King, Councillor McPherson, then Councillor King.
Yeah. Look, in actual fact, it amuses me to see this. I don't see anything wrong with it except for a bit of a geographical oddity in the middle of it, in grey or pink. But it's remarkably similar to the last plan we had, which is not that different to the plan we've had before, and several others. When you stack them up on the table there, there's nothing new in here. There's a slightly the colours, the boundary of the colours is slightly different. The concept is quite similar. The intention is good. The intentions on all the others that have been slammed by people around this table, I might add, were good as well. I don't see this in itself delivering anything other than a set of nice coloured pictures. It's what happens afterwards that's the difference, and there's no more proposed here than have been in previous plans. So just because it's a new council drawing up a new set of coloured plans means the proverbial diddly squat, in my view. And I don't think we should get carried away or eulogise about this plan, what comes afterward. Are you prepared to do anything about it? And I mean, the three speakers at the start of the meeting all made points along those lines, and they should be, they were good points because they wanted to see something happen out of it. They wanted an action plan, not just a set of nice drawings. At the moment, this is all it is. And for all the good words I've heard around here and in the media, it's not any different. We had the same sort of things before, different names. We had an entertainment precinct, now it's called the South End. There's hardly any difference in area at all. Nothing much came of any of those other plans, except for the fact that the businesses in the area went on anyway, doing what they were doing before, developing their businesses. They didn't get any special help much from us. There was a little bit of tinkering around the edges with a $200 fee for the CBD district arose out of the last lot of plans. It's no big deal. The big deal will be if you translate this into action. So if you really mean it, you have to actually follow this through, and I'm yet to be convinced whether that will happen.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor King and then Councillor Tooman.
I'll try and keep this simple. This is all about zoning, and this is all about the district plan. And I know straight away most of you around this table are going to turn off because you think it's too hard to get your heads around, but this is really important. Under the district plan made operative in July 2012, just over 3 years ago, the area from London Street to Mill Street in the north and Hood Street down to the police station were zoned commercial services. Tucked inside this area between London Street and Hood Street was the city centre zone. This district plan is still the operative. Then in December 2012, just a few months after the existing plan became operative, and then that means has full legal effect, we notified the proposed district plan. Within the proposed district plan, the city centre zone was literally expanded to take in both those commercial zones that I just talked about. So we made it huge. Council completely changed the nature of the zoning, and consequently, the city centre zone became huge and the commercial services zone no longer existed. Remember that the rationale for this change was determined and drawn up in less than 6 months of the existing plan becoming operative, hardly time to determine if council had things right or wrong with the existing provisions. Did council even effectively monitor the success of the existing zoning? Remember, this all happened under our current mayor and many of you who are around this table today. Now we're being asked to vote on the central city transformation plan. The plan goes back to the future, but before we even have a grasp on what the future might hold in terms of how the expanded city central zone might work, in my view, these mistakes in the rezoning smack of a knee-jerk reaction and are not based on qualified facts. The CBD is dying. Let's make it bigger and stronger. Oh, no, the bigger CBD is dying even faster than it was before. Let's cut off the extra land we bought in. Surely now it will survive. Under this mayor and the desire that we've had to make these dramatic changes, and I believe that this has been foolhardy. This is the third big change we're proposing in the last 4 years, since 2012. The district plan is supposed to have a life of 10 years, and during that time, council is required to monitor the controls put in place prior to bringing in changes or reviews. Now, in the Hamilton Central City Transformation Plan on page 47, under short-term projects, we are voting today to review the district plan and building rules and align with precincts, identities and support district plan variations if required. During the Business and Investment Subcommittee, I asked how our new precincts could be enforced without a variation to the district plan, and I was told several times by the Mayor that senior planners had assured her that our proposed district plan would allow us to enforce this to happen. But now this policy that we're voting on is allowing for variations. I do have ideas on how we could make the city work, but and I did talk about these, but they weren't taken seriously when it was talked about in committee. I talked about a slither of apartments between Boundary Road Bridge and Clauden's Bridge, and I believe that would work. I don't see how apartments will work in other areas in the North End with no views, and I believe they'll come run down rented apartments like many of the other apartments that we've got in our central city now. The Grantham residential area shouldn't have the words mixed use on it, whatever that may mean. This should be our premier housing area overlooking the river. Ferrybank, shown as a commercial development, will only dilute the city centre even further. The new proposed facade on the library in this document has been talked about as cold, clinical, boring and a waste of city money. Having our staff go door to door in the CBD to raise support and sell this plan is like patting yourself on the back. You feel good, but no one else cares. Of course, your shop owners are going to give positive feedback to staff when they visit with the glossy pamphlets. They have something to gain, something for nothing, something paid for the rest of the ratepayers, by the rest of the ratepayers. Tearing up asphalt and laying cobblestones, installing feature gardens, installing a news TV screen, installing fairy lights, seating, water stations, bike racks, fixing the clock in the Cora Street building, which we don't even own, and removing pedestrian barriers are the sort of things that are in this plan that we're voting on today. We've seen it all before, costing a fortune, disrupting the businesses for months on end and sending some of the businesses to the wall. This all looks great on these expensive glossy pages, but the reality will set in, and anger will be the reaction once the city realises that history is repeating itself once again. Figures have been bandied around by the Property Council, who would like a $50 million injection from the council into the CBD. Who wouldn't, when most of their members own property in the CBD? Where's the yield? Where's the return? For that money, we could build a bridge to Peacocks for further subdivision. For that sort of money, we could grow our population. Our rates would go up by putting in a bridge to Puketi, and but more importantly, it would boost the social well-being of the struggling southwest corner of our city. Here we go again. Changes to our district plan, which is not even operative to satisfy elected members whose ideas swing like pendulums, like a pendulum, imposing their ideas from other cities in the world onto our citizens and ratepayers. All these changes have huge consequences to property values, to the owners, to the tenants, and to the overall well-being of our central city and the surrounding districts. This is like watching Back to the Future, with newfound power of the driver of the DeLorean taking his passengers where they shouldn't go. But sadly, this isn't a movie. I see this as a live game being played politically to satisfy egos and ambitions, using the ratepayers' money, with the end game being to leave a legacy to ourselves.
Councillor Tooman.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I don't think we're ever going to replicate the suburban shopping centre environment. And when you look at Victoria Street, it's what I call ribbon development. Everybody wants to be on the main drag. I look at the there's really only one way to revitalise that, and that's to actually have people living in the central city. And this is what it's really all about. You've got Victoria there, and you've got the South End, which is Grantham. And once we can get people, young up-and-coming professionals and that, residing very close to where they work, then of course we're going to have some vibrancy within the CBD area. Generation Zero were along here today, and of course they spoke about what we have been promoting, of course, which is a biking plan. They spoke about efficient pathways around the city. They spoke about congestion within the CBD area. They spoke about higher density living. And when I think about it, these are the guys who are going to be living here when we're all gone. There's no two ways about that. So let's take notice of what they're saying. And when I look out here onto Garden Place, and I'm very concerned that what we're going to try and do is rip up the cobblestones out there and the grass and put a shared zone through there. For heaven's sake, haven't we got enough roads around this place now? And the more roads we get, the more cars we actually put onto them. And I wandered through there this morning and I thought, well, how many cars are we actually going to get onto this shared zone? In my calculation, if we use angle parking, we're going to get about 20 out there. And to take those 20 cars, we're going to take up about another 30 metres of Garden Place. We've got some green space there, so why do we want to fill it up with motor vehicles? The rest of the plan, I think, is great. It's just that let's have a little bit of peace, a little bit of greenery where we can actually come into a CBD area and actually have a little bit of quiet. And if we've got vehicles running up and down a shared zone, think of the carbon monoxide which is going to go into the shops. And somewhere where people can eat their lunch without actually being interfered with by some vehicle which is going to try and park there. And if you look out there now where you've got parking, you can see that they're already hitting the bollards and that type of thing. So surely we've got enough room here with the shared zone without actually having to have people, instead of walking through Garden Place, why do we have to have them drive through Garden Place? And when they get to the far end, there's only one way they can turn at any rate, which is going to go left, unless, of course, we're going to rip up the central medium on Victoria Street to allow them to make a right-hand turn. And those persons who are travelling on Victoria Street, if they want to use this shared zone, the only way they can go is to turn left. So really it's just going to create a circle. And you know what happens with circles? People just go round and round and round, and when they get off, God only knows. So I will definitely be supporting the plan, but I just urge you all to think seriously about removing any grassed area or any cobbles out of Garden Place, and let's keep the bulldozers out of there.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes. Notwithstanding the work of the subcommittee, which I acknowledge and that's been good, this is where the report is thoroughly turned over and there are questions raised, because this is the committee of the whole. This is the full council. This is about accountability. I acknowledge the work of the B&I subcommittee. That is good. What the report so far at the moment is a document, and it is still to a degree an aspirational document. And in terms of Councillor King's warnings, for example, I would expect that we will and would want closely monitoring any sort of unintended consequences, because obviously an aspiration is one thing, sometimes the outcome, the reality becomes different. It was very interesting to hear the Property Council urging us to spend public money. And it's good to see the Property Council wants a proactive, involved council. I will be looking very closely at their previous submissions to our long-term plan to make sure that their previous views match with their current views. But it's good to see them in favour of proactive, strong government, and I am interested in their urging us to spend a significant quantum of public ratepayer money. And that, I think, is probably a philosophical change from the Property Council, and I note that change with great interest. One of the things, too, and I think Leo's got, and others have said, and Dave has said, you know, document is only good as its implementation. And just for example, Central City Transformation, someone in this building had the bright idea to change this Victoria Street verge and put it into grass and get some trees and grass it. You know, fantastic. You know, I don't think it was a big budget item. So I think there's lots of things that we would do in this central, you know, pocket parks, that kind of stuff, that are not big capital items that can actually have huge cost benefit. And that, of course, is going to be the challenge for us in the river plan, is trying to get some wins on the board, things that are not necessarily big capital items initially, but actually get momentum. I note, and I don't think there's a conflict, I live in what they call, is it the Grantham? Yeah, I discovered I lived in Grantham the other day, so that's interesting. I'm a Grantham resident. Didn't know that. But the aspiration is fine, and the detail will, of course, be around the mixed uses, the detail of the mixed use, right? So if as a resident, speaking generally, you know you might end up living next to a lawyer's practice or whatever, you know, the current status quo is, tick the box. If suddenly you find the impact of a mixed use is you're going to live next to a restaurant or a pub or whatever, then you want to know and you want to have an input, and that's through a rule change and district plan as I understand it. So there's an aspiration. But one of the interesting things, again, is, you know, on a note Generation Zero, talk about the quality of, what is it, you know, the nice work about high density. Leo talked about high density living and people being able to walk to work. Here's an impediment which I bang on about, and we're going to have another meeting in the litter area, is, you know, if you live in an area in a street, and if people come to me, and you have a bunch of high density, smaller dwellings that leave their litter out all week, you know, that's not a good amenity. That detracts from the Grantham zone, dare I say it, or the Palmerston Street zone or whatever. So those are the sort of the practical stuff, and I'm not in any way criticising our really excellent, and they are excellent, our people who do the litter stuff are brilliant, but it's kind of, that's, Madam Chair, the actual actions that come out of this. So I'm sensing that there's going to be a lot of smaller actions come out of the Central City Transformation Plan that get us along the way. But what is absolutely crucial, that we do listen closely to Councillor King's warning. I don't quite share his foreboding, but warnings, and I would certainly be expecting us to monitor unintended consequence. And he talked, and it worries me, around, if you talk about the ideal of, you've talked about the people living in, in Central City in the nice small apartments, but if those small apartments in the end are nothing but little shoeboxes that look down onto a car park, where kids, as has happened previously, where kids run up and down and all their only play areas are some concrete yard, then that's not an ideal that I will ever support. And if we find evidence of that low-level development that is injurious to good quality of life, particularly for our young, then I want you to back at the table real quick to make sure that we change our plans accordingly. And I'm speaking generally, but I want to stress that the city does have a history where we had a great ideal, but a very clever developer took the ideal and, with respect, came up with a product that was less than ideal.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Are there any other speakers who haven't spoken yet? I'll go to Her Worship the Mayor for right of reply.
No, none.
No. All right, so we're moving, we have mover and seconder on A and B, and that's up on the board. So I'll put that vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Yep.
Councillors Chesterman, Gallagher, Forsyth, Pascoe, Mayor Hardacre, Councillors Green, Tooman, McPherson, is your hand up?
Yeah.
Yes, McPherson, apologies.
Multitasking, I'm scratching my nose as well.
And any against?
Councillor King.
Thank you.
Carried.
Thank you. Right, just before we move on to the policies, I'm aware Her Worship needs to go at 6 for an engagement.
Well, it's a bit earlier than that.
A bit earlier than that.
They start at 6.
Because I think we're going to certainly go over a dinner break here. We're only barely halfway through the agenda. Are there any other committee members that need to leave? Councillor King, what time do you...
Have a 7 o'clock appointment.
Okay, anyone else?
I was going to go to Jim Holden's Socialist Chardonnay at the Trade Union Centre, but in the interest of public duty, I'll pass that up.
Okay.
So, Chair,
I'm just trying to...
ordinarily I would cancel, but of course I'm
Yeah.
giving out the Kiwi Bank New Zealand Awards
Yeah.
down
No,
at the event, so I
absolutely.
have to go to that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to assess whether we would fail
Got
a
a
quorum
quorum.
at some
Got a quorum.
point. Okay, committee members, we'll continue till 6 o'clock, and if we're still still going, then we'll stop for a dinner break then.
Well, I'm not going to stay after dinner.
No, okay. Okay, but you're happy we'll just go till 6? Everyone else will need a dinner break by then, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Well, it might be finished.
Might be finished. All right. So the next one are the policies, and Sean, you're staying in the chair for that.
Yes, I will.
And you've
However,
got
I've asked Jason
Jason,
to
yeah.
join us, who can speak to any questions that you have
Okay.
on the gateways policy.
Right. So
Madam Chair, are we dealing with these all together?
we are dealing with these all together. Yes. Yeah. So the gateways policy, streetscape beautification, and then the deletion of the street and directional signage policy. You can take the report as read.
I'm happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Forsyth.
Second.
Seconded by Her Worship the Mayor. So, Sean, do we just check on point 55, 56 and 57?
Yes, Chair. Under the streetscape beautification and verge maintenance policy, and specifically referring to paragraph 55, I apologise, but there was an error in the transposition of paragraphs in the drafting amendment, and that paragraph 55 is totally incorrect, and I'd like to read out, and I understand democracy have the new words that apply here, and this is to do with the level of community engagement specific to the streetscape beautification and verge maintenance policy. And I'll just read the revised wording as it should read. Staff assessed the draft policy against council's significance and engagement policy and assessed that it did not have a high degree of significance. The amendments to the policy relate to the simplification and clarification of existing practice, and there is no significant change proposed. Therefore, community engagement is recommended at the inform level. The community will be advised of the updated policy and associated documents, that's the street tree guidelines, through a dedicated web page. So I apologise for that amendment, and hopefully that's explanatory to you.
Are there any questions? Councillor Gallagher.
Just, you take the two together, and I understand
Three.
the gateways policy, there were some key stakeholders consulted, and that, who were they?
Yes, there are quite a few people were consulted on that. The Hamilton Waikato Tourism, the Hamilton Central Business Association, Motel Association, and also Novotel, and also the New Zealand Transport Authority. There was quite a bit of concern from a number of businesses about the directional signage leading people into the central city area. There were a lot of instances, and I had people call me asking for help even where they were getting
I mean, just a
misdirected
question
with signs.
to yourself and the GM, and I'm unsure, and because we're doing the same, I'd ask the streetscape stuff. The BNI on gateways I get, right, economic, I think.
Yep.
The streetscape, putting trees coming under the BNI committee is I'm interested. I looked at the terms of reference. I was curious about the terms of reference because I didn't quite equate that, but obviously there's something I'm missing. In fact, the terms of reference, yeah, Councillor, just the I mean, I can get the gateways one. That's economic. I would have thought that, yeah, but perhaps someone could help me on this. But what I just want to deal with is the public consultation. Have we put anything in like the City News to say these things are coming up? They're not what I call, high level in the sense of, having a series of hearings. I get that, but I would have thought if people, some residents certainly would have liked to have some input, I'd have thought, and even by just seeing something in the City News and then they can write to us or email us.
Look, no, there wasn't anything like that specifically, but it was very much a matter of just assessing what the significance of the policy changes were, as I sort of said before in that other paragraph that I read out. With regard to the streetscape and beautification, one of the staff can comment on that, but the reason it came into this Business and Investment Subcommittee project was because a lot of it did actually relate to work that was being considered under the Central City Transformation Plan in any case, so it was a convenient place to make sure there was some joined up thinking going on.
Perhaps I might reserve some comment, not wanting to belong because I know there's a lot of big long meeting and all that. I mean, I'm not.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Oh, Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. I was wondering if you'd remember. The street and directional signage policy, just a general comment first. I think it's poor practice if council's consulted over putting a policy in place to then just whip it out without consulting or even informing people, which is the point that Councillor Gallagher was alluding to, I think, if I took his meaning right. That's just shows that council knows better, which I think is the wrong attitude. The second thing, the street and directional signage policy, general manager sitting over at the back there in charge of roads and rubbish and things will know very well that was the major issue that we've had on the books for about 7 or 8 years, and a number of applications from places like motels for directional signage, to precincts or to their motels or to certain directions like to Temple View have been sort of hanging around waiting for a signage policy. Some of the proposed signages that have come and gone for the central city have been waiting around for the policy, and I don't know where we're going to house those requests, what's going to guide them in future. If we're saying that Wellington, NZTA's guidelines from Wellington are going to be what guides us in future, or there's something else, then I think, I don't know what's going to allow a motel to come to us and say, we would like a sign pointing to our motel, or a suburb, because we've got an iconic cathedral or church in our suburb, we'd like a sign pointing to that. Where are those sort of things housed? now, I don't have a good sense of that, given all the discussions beforehand and all the exhortations by senior staff saying, wait until we've got this policy, then we'll be able to deal with them all in a systematic way.
So I'll respond to that. So through the chair, there's 3 documents that we've identified. So looking at deleting that particular policy, we just wanted to make sure that we captured, or was captured in the relevant documents, because a lot of that stuff was, I would consider, operational. So in terms of national documents, it's the MOTSEM, or the Manual of Traffic Signs and Markings, that provides guidance on the directional signs and what types of establishments can be
So can I just stop you there, Jason, because that's one of the problems that this council in the past has identified very strongly, that the people who designed that policy didn't have a clue about the practical needs in certain cities. For instance, along Anglesey Street, when some people wanted some clearway signs, we had to put up more posts with a separate sign on, because we weren't allowed to put a clearway sign and a parking sign on the same bloody post. You know, it's that sort of ridiculousness from Wellington, no doubt well-meaning, but that led to a plethora of signage actually around the place instead of a controlled way. Other requests from, we couldn't put up an extra sign to Temple View because we already had too many destinations identified on the one board, you know, even though it made sense in every other way. Just a couple of examples of Wellington's NZTA's policy saying what should happen.
Yeah, so building on that particular national document, the other places that we're looking to, I suppose, have a more specific focus on Hamilton's needs is through the infrastructure technical specification, which is currently getting updated by staff. And another piece of work that's currently in progress is a signage plan that has been developed at the moment.
So will we be able to decide as a council whether we want a clearway sign, want to allow a clearway sign and a parking sign on the same post, as an example?
Can I perhaps jump in there, because I've been part of these discussions for a long time?
7 or 8 years.
Look, I think if we go to the existing policy, there is a lot of just operational stuff, and whether we like it or not, there is a traffic sign manual for directing people around, which does talk about how many directions and things. It won't, with the exception of a few mandatory destination names like Auckland, Rotorua, Waitomo, Cave, it doesn't tell us as a city what we have to put on our signs. So they're decisions that we can make and debate. I don't think we need a policy for that. If you take the Temple View one, we found a way to do that, and I expect we'll always find a way to do that. I don't think we need a policy to guide decisions like that. In terms of the clearways on parking poles, I think there's legislative requirements around that. So I think that's covered by legislation and traffic rules. So we do have to apply to some of those things, and we can work through those. Look, the big issue, Councillor McPherson, was the motel, and it was the amenity signs and what do we signpost. And I'd suggest that it's probably just motels. Just recently we've been dealing with a school, and we've put up a sign for a school. So there's a lot of the requests we get, and they're not very frequent. They're very few and far between now to do things like schools, and we do them. Motels, we had that one instance with a motel several years ago, but we haven't had any requests since then.
Yeah, they're all waiting for the answer to that one.
But I'm not sure they are waiting for the answer, because when we talked to the Motel Association, who we consulted on, their big issue was about the high-level macro signage, and how do you get your tourists into the city, and they want to bring the Thermal Explorer Highway down Ulster Street, where the cluster of motels is. That was their big issue, to put the Thermal Explorer Highway down. So the map attached to the gateways reflects that feedback. So there hasn't been a lot of engagement about the motel signs, but I think if one did pop up, we'd deal with it, and if we didn't deal with it satisfactorily, it'll escalate to council, and there'd be nothing for council to stop council making that decision if staff weren't dealing with it adequately.
And then we go and invent another signage policy over to the next 2 years to allow us to do something.
As Jason says, we're looking to document some things like in our infrastructure technical specs, but also the notion maybe of a signage manual that we put some of the things in as an operational sort of guidance. But I don't think there's, in my time here, there's been, apart from the motel one, was the only sort of controversial one we had. It's once in 8 years. So I don't think we're going to have a lot of controversy over not having this policy. If you look at the policy, it's, the sign shall be limited to 2 words and 16 characters. So they are MOTSM requirements in terms of legibility of drivers being able to perceive it. So they're standards, national standards. So we're duplicating national standards in a lot of places here, and that's why we recommended that we could live without this policy, and I don't think it'll cause too many problems.
Thank you. I'm gratified to hear the General Manager assure this council that he'll personally make sure that we can put up any signs that this council feels it needs to. So I'm happy now.
Right, are there any further questions? Right, this is being moved by Councillor Forsyth, seconded by the Mayor, and these are the 3 policies.
I have an amendment.
Councillor Gallagher?
Test it, and
Yeah.
I don't want this to misperceive I'm being negative. I'm not. I think both have a significance. I don't think they're of significance that you go into a whole public hearings process, but you've got people like Living Streets, you've got the North East Residents Association, you've got a number of other grassroots organisations who I think should have an opportunity to have an input, have a look at it, and it may be that they're asked to put submissions in writing, and then at the next S&P, if you receive submissions, they could be considered in due process. And I'm going to argue that to delay this till early New Year, I don't think changes much, but it does actually mean that we do include people who may have a constructive view on it. So I'm just going to move that I think the draft gateways policy be approved in principle.
Okay, so this is your amendment, yep.
For
hang on.
both, all right? So you have both, just both be approved in principle.
There's 3 there.
And
One's to be deleted, the street and directional signage policy is to be deleted. You happy with that?
yeah, I don't think.
So we'll just wait for Jude, your cursor's not working. There we go. So amendment by Councillor Gallagher.
So it'll be the same wording for both gateways and streetscape beautification, and it can be, I suspect, that the gateways policy and streetscape beautification be approved in principle, because it'd be just one amendment. Be approved in principle. And then I just want to look at that such policies be, such proposed policies be duly advertised, and public input and appropriate public input be invited.
Did you want to put a period on that?
But when's your S&P in February?
23rd.
So in terms of an agenda setting process, if this was successful, from your perspective as chair, what would be a reasonable?
So, we've got
beginning of
Christmas break,
February,
haven't we? So, in time for to be consulted on, in time for the
agenda setting
to come, to fit in with that time frame.
Yeah.
So that could possibly mean either
January the 31st.
Yeah,
No, they'll work out.
it would have to be
consulted
January.
the time to be reported back to the.
You just want correspondence. In other words, anything that people want to send in is by the end of January. I'd have thought. Does that meet your? I don't think this personally. I don't think it'd be a biggie. Yeah.
And the policies be consulted with in time for the.
Time to be reported back.
Yeah.
In time to be reported back. So that gives you discretion to. And I'm happy to speak to that briefly.
And the gateways policy principle that such proposed policies be advertised and publicly consulted on.
In time to report back to.
In time
to report
back to, 23rd of February, Strategy and Policy Committee meeting. Councillor Gallagher, you said before around getting feedback. Is that, because you've got the policies be advertised and publicly consulted on, are you wanting a full consultation process, I'm not meaning SCP, or are you wanting more
the
advertising
intent
and
is,
feedback?
I mean, to put it, if I may, simple,
Yeah.
my idea would be,
Yeah.
you've got City News, there's a little boxed item in there advising councillors approve this policy in principle, go to the link, and then we invite any interested party to submit their comment via email or in writing by X date. All right, so I'm personally not anticipating a full hearings process at all.
Oh, yeah.
But I am looking that I think you've got a number of groups out there, particularly around the street beautification, and I'm thinking, for example, of Living Streets would be an example, and I think even some of the new resident type groups, giving them an opportunity, that's all. It's a fairly, I won't say, it's a fairly, I think, simple process. I wouldn't anticipate hearings per se.
So, Councillor, are you wanting to still leave in public consulted, or are you wanting to get feedback? I'm just...
How about for public feedback? Blair, what would be the better terminology so that we're not, I think, for public feedback?
I think I'm sensing it's a lower key, so for
public feedback. So if that's a more accurate descriptor.
It's a lower key process.
That's fine.
Chair, can I just check? I do have to leave now, and I have seconded that motion. Is that appropriate? I have to go now.
Yes, it is, Madam Chair. It belongs to the meeting, not the
Okay.
mover or seconder.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship.
And if I may speak to that, and I don't want to, this is not a, I assure you, this is not a defining moment.
Sorry, Councillor, we need a
sorry.
seconder. Is there a
Oh.
seconder for Councillor Gallagher's motion?
Can it be on the condition that he doesn't speak to it?
That's up to Councillor
Yes,
Gallagher.
I will accept that. Look, it's straightforward. It's fine.
Count-
I
Oh,
accept
look,
Councillor
and that's your
McPherson's invite.
friend.
No, yes, I know.
Nice, isn't it?
Yes, I know. That's a friend.
Yeah, yeah.
Think about his enemies.
So that's going to be seconded by Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, look, it's
on the condition.
Yeah.
Very good.
Take the condition.
All right. So, Councillor McPherson, you can't speak now. That wouldn't be fair. You sure? Okay. All right. Are there any speakers then, since Councillor Gallagher's not allowed to? No. Oh, Councillor
On
Forsyth?
Speak on both?
Yes, take them together. Yeah.
Look, I'm happy to show some leadership here and get on with making those decisions. I think that I personally have an understanding, I think a pretty good understanding of Living Streets and the sorts of things that they advocate. I agree with most of it. Having sat here for 5 odd years and listened to the flavour that they want to bring forward. And look, we didn't consult on what happened in Victoria Street, and it's a beautiful outcome. So I think sometimes you've just got to make some decisions, and I feel confident that these are within the realms of our no need to publicly consult. So I'm very happy to get on with it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any further debate? No, so I'll put the amendment, the Gallagher-McPherson amendment up there. So all those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hands.
Councillors McPherson and Gallagher.
And all those against? Sorry, Councillor.
Councillors Tooman, Green, King, Pascoe, Forsyth, Chesterman and Madam Chair.
So that's, thank you. All right, so we're up to the motion. Moved by Councillor Forsyth and seconded by Her Worship the Mayor. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. That's everyone.
Carried unanimous.
Thank you. Okay, what's next? This should be fairly straightforward. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Councillor Gallagher, we did move that item 12 for you. We could take it now if you'd like.
Look, it's up to you as chair, whatever suit. I mean, basically, if there are people, mindful of the people
There
who have
are
to
some-
leave early,
yeah.
you know, and what, there's a burning issue that Madam Chair, all I'm saying, just to assist you, I know that one, like the mayor's had to go, but if there's anyone else,
There are a couple that have to go, so.
and I just
and
want to
your
be
friend is
mindful of
one
this.
them,
I just
think.
wanted to be mindful if there was, say,
You need him.
if there was some other issue apart from this that was burning for them, I
don't
respect
think
that.
there is. I think,
Okay.
yeah, I think we'll do with this one.
No-
Okay,
no
so we're on
burning.
to item 12, page 92. And then we will stop for a dinner break. Welcome, Andy and Lars. Right, so these are recommendations from Councillor Gallagher's subcommittee. So you can take the report as read. Before we go to questions, Councillor Gallagher, did you have, this is your,
Yes, I want
your
to.
report as chair?
Thank you. And then our Andy and Lance can add to it. I want to just draw yourself specifically to the item 11, which is recommendations from management, which in consultation with myself and my deputy, the chair and deputy chair of Community Forum, we support those recommendations as being slightly better reflective of the intent of the actual meeting. So the actual meeting passed a particular resolution which, in terms of when we looked at the wording, didn't, we feel, reflect the intent of the majority of the meeting. Now, I've also attached the minutes so that you can see it was not a unanimous recommendation, obviously, to this subcommittee. I do give intent, and I want some advice from the chair, and I'm sorry I haven't discussed this with you. Oh, no, I did mention it to you, that where we talk and see that the current social wellbeing strategy be replaced with a social indicator report, I would like to insert the word wellbeing between social and indicator, and whenever we make references, there's 3 other references to social indicator report, I'd like it to be called a social wellbeing indicator report. Now, I stress that I haven't consulted with other members of my committee, and so therefore, is it better that someone else moves the substantive recommendation and I put that as an amendment? Or unless there's if there's no objection or people are relaxed, I would just like to put the word in, that's all.
Look, I think no one's glaring at me venomously, so I think if you wanted to move that recommendation and insert those words, or maybe not.
You can debate.
No, I just, isn't this about a report that we buy in? That we...
It's proposing that we get
And isn't that part of other councils who are involved in
Yes,
that?
yes. So what I'm suggesting is that if someone else would like to remove the recommendation, right, I'm happy to move that as an amendment, okay?
I'm just making sure that it doesn't
Sure.
clash with what everyone else in the country is calling it and we're calling it something different.
No,
That's all I want to make sure.
Just a point of clarification in D, the quality of life survey is the national one that we're buying in to get the information to form our Hamilton social indicator.
Yeah, it's the name of our report.
Yeah. And I just want to be really careful that I don't, do you know what I'm getting at? Because as chair, it's me to sort of convey, but if there's no other specific objection, I would request that we put the word indicator in that better, I think, reflects, I hope, the intent of the Community Forum in terms of a report that actually does basically talk about social wellbeing, an indicator report.
So, Councillor Gallagher, you're moving then the recommendations with
with that additional
social
word.
wellbeing indicator report,
Yes.
and it's been clarified by staff that's our report, not an external. Yeah, okay.
And at this
do you
point, I think I introduced that, and maybe I now invite Lance and Andy just to perhaps quickly go through
Thank
it as
you.
Yeah, just through you, Madam Chair, just agreeing with Councillor Gallagher there that the conversations we had really were just about bringing a little bit of clarity from the recommendations of the subcommittee. In the subcommittee, we had a lot of conversation around the quality of life survey and the indicator report. And just as Lance has said, the indicator report is really the data for how we're tracking as a city. And one of the ways that we will get that information is through a quality of life survey, which happens every 2 years, rather than the census per se, which is every 5 years, or some other perception-based things which have got different timeframes. So that's really how those two fit together. just really want to articulate that we've spoken with lots of our partners to the social wellbeing strategy, both who were signed up strategy partners and community groups who have been involved in the actions. And there's been genuine enjoyment and like of the look of the draft social wellbeing indicator report. They're really supportive of the idea that we, as kaitiaki, are able to say this is how we're tracking as a city, and then giving the community forum subcommittee the power to basically engage in targeted conversations with key partners around emerging issues and things that are important for us, not only as council but as a city. Happy to take any questions.
Can I, if I can go first with questions, just on the, and I know, on page 105, the social being proposed wellbeing indicator report, I mean, there's a couple of things there just with these X's, so there's figures not filled in, and this report is about A, accepting that we want to be part of this, and then B, that this is the kind of reporting that the social wellbeing report will look like.
That's correct. So in terms of the F in the recommendation, which is that we would come back in May, we're really happy to take feedback from elected members on this piece of paper to see that we've captured the right type of information, and then we'll bring that to May to confirm with you. This is something we've kind of said, these are important, this is what the information we've been able to gather in the timeframes that we've had, but it's really just indicative of what a social wellbeing indicator report for us as a city might look like on an annual basis.
Yeah, I just have some comments, and I don't, I mean, I don't have the answers to this, but I'd like to see a little bit more information around housing there. I think, you know, it's great to see the details of home ownership, but and you've got, and as far as social housing goes, you've got 246 applicants. I mean, that just tells me there's people on a list. It doesn't tell me how many people in the city are actually in social housing. So I think there needs to be a more balanced view of housing in this indicator report, and how is that trending, and how does that compare nationally across the city. So that's just my comment on housing. I also wondered on the social connections. Look, I'm not sure if the intent, I mean, I think the intent is eventually to have some influence, and certainly the council decisions that we make around the table have some influence over some of these things, but I'm not sure that connecting with friends is something that we can, I mean, is that just purely there for information? Is there other things that we, I mean, I know, you know, being close to family and friends is important, but I'm not sure of, you know, 34% of residents feel they don't get enough contact with friends that don't live with them. I mean, maybe they don't want their friends to live with them. I'm not sure how valuable that is.
I guess the conversation within the social development space is often that isolation causes other issues, and so that framework, I guess, has been captured to kind of say how we're tracking. Currently, that's from our community profile survey, but it's potential that that kind of thing will actually sit from the quality of life survey, so we'll be able to see some of that comparison to other metropolitan cities.
I guess rather than contact with family and friends, I'd like to see more network connections. You know, how many people, I don't know, are involved in neighbourhood houses, and how many people, I don't know, something a little bit more tangible that relates back to the city and to small circles of communities, rather than, I mean, some of us don't like our family, so I just don't know that there's much value there for us. So that would be just my comments on that. Councillor McPherson?
Yes, look, I think you made some good points just now, and I think that if we all had a look at it, we'd probably come up with other issues like that that we'd like to see covered in that. I applaud the Chair's move to try and get the staff and the Mayor's bacon out of the fire here. but I think it's a bit half-baked what's come to us now. I think you're heading in the right direction, but I don't think we have something here that I think would be good to vote from. It's different from what we discussed at the Community Forum meeting, and the resolution that we came up with at the Community Forum meeting was different from the staff recommendation there. So we're now in the third iteration, and you've quite rightly brought up some other nuances, which I think are all good, and I've got some thoughts on that, and I think some other councillors have. I think it needs to go back for a second cut to the Community Forum meeting, so that they and staff do a bit more work. I mean, a lot of it is on the hoof. I think you're just hearing the conversation over the last few minutes. So I would like to move a procedural motion. I'm not trying to stop a debate now, but I think at the end of this we should send it back, and my motion would be to that effect, to the next Community Forum meeting for final report, to then come back to the following strategy and policy meeting, because I mean, just changing the name of it now and coming up with this new social wellbeing indicator, which is not something we discussed at the last Community Forum, and some of us, many of us, most of us maybe are just hearing it here at this meeting. Sounds like a good idea. What should it include? We're not quite sure, but we're working on it, is sort of the answer we're getting. Is that good decision making? I don't think we're going to die in a ditch, any one of us or any organisation, if we actually have a bit more of a cut at it at the next meeting, and staff have the opportunity in the next short while to do some more work on it. There were serious questions raised about whether we should change from a Hamilton-based and Hamilton-conceived strategy to something that was essentially Wellington-conceived, good idea as it might be. Now there's a move to try and get some local flavour back in it. Good idea. Let's develop that idea and have something decent put in front of us instead of something that's clearly, obviously, not finished. So I would like to move, Madam Chair, that the item be referred back to the Community Forum meeting for further discussion of the changes from the social wellbeing strategy proposed.
Is that an amendment or a procedural motion to defer it, isn't it? Democracy? Would that be a procedural motion? Okay, so we'll take the procedural motion now. So sorry, Councillor McPherson, what was that again? That the item be deferred. The item be deferred to the next Community Forum.
Deferred back. Community Forum.
Referred back, yeah.
For further staff report on the changes from the social wellbeing strategy.
Is it all of it, or are you wanting to opt in now to the Hamilton residents, the quality of life survey?
Well, that's the problem. They don't know. Yeah, I don't think. I don't want to second guess that now. The Hamilton residents survey is something that's already happening regardless.
That council joins a quality of life survey.
I think whether we do that or whether we have our own version is something that we should get a bit more.
So the whole,
I think it hangs together.
Okay. So that's to be referred back to the next Community Forum subcommittee meeting for further discussion. Is there a seconder for that? There's no seconder for that.
I'll get it on the table.
Okay, Councillor King has seconded that. It just gets put, there's no debate. Okay.
Are we still having questions?
Procedurally.
Procedurally on the procedural motion.
Yeah, procedurally on the procedural motion, if it was an amendment to my...
But it's not.
It's
a procedural motion, so we take that now.
Can
we're referring it back to...
So do we just vote on it?
We just vote. There's no debate. No, on a
So can we continue with questions?
No, not a procedural motion. So it's like a point of order. It ranks much higher than everything else.
So is there an opportunity to put in another procedural motion then?
We've got to deal with this one first.
Okay.
So just a point for democracy, if this procedural motion is lost, then we go back to the report and presumably then possibly putting the recommendations, is it?
What I've got noted is motion moved by Councillor Gallagher, not yet
Not yet seconded, yeah.
No, and then I've got a procedural motion by councillor McPherson, which was seconded by councillor King.
Can I just ask for clarification? With the motion that councillor Gallagher is putting, does...
I'm happy to second that.
Okay. Does that... is this report then how it is? I mean, you've taken our feedback on board, but does that mean the next touch point of this report would be when you report on it?
I guess the way that we've talked about it as staff is that we would gather feedback. Councillor McPherson gave some good feedback around the absolute numbers versus percentages. We haven't been able to get that information between the community forum and now. So our hope is that we would get all your feedback as elected members, and then we'd be able to present something that meets your needs and requirements. So we would be able to circulate that prior to sitting in this forum again. But the hopes that we engage in a dialogue and that we provide a report that works for all of us.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can I just give you some information? Julie's just told me that we need to decide about being in or out of the quality of life survey
Need to do that here.
by tomorrow. Otherwise,
Why is that?
Hang on. There's a procedural motion.
Yeah, I was just trying to get clarification.
I understand.
Yep. Okay. Yep. No, you're right.
But I think I'm concerned that staff bring that up now.
Yep.
They had the opportunity to give that to us earlier. It's not very good report given.
Okay.
It's happy to have. It's good to have that information.
All right. Yeah. So, look, we're going to deal with the procedural motion.
And I think Dave's point was is that
Yeah,
there's
I know
no
what his-
discussion.
I know
and
what
we've
his
got
point
discussion
was.
which could have swayed the.
It
thinking
seemed
of the
no,
members
it's
around this
unfair.
table.
You're right. Yes.
And that's Dave's point.
Look, yeah, I heard Dave's point. He can speak for himself. Okay, so I'm going to put the procedural motion that the report be referred back to the community, to the next community forum subcommittee
Yeah, it should be
meeting.
next.
The next, community. Oh, sorry. The next community forum subcommittee. Is that, you're happy with that, Councillor McPherson?
That covers it.
For a further staff report on the changes? I'm not, does that capture what you're looking for? Yeah, okay. All right, so it's a procedural motion, so there's no debate, so I'm going to put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands.
Councillor McPherson and Madam Chair.
And all those against?
Councillors Tooman, Green, King, Pascoe, Forsyth, Gallagher and Chesterman. The amendment is lost.
The procedural motion. Okay, thank you. Lost. Right. No, yeah. So, all right, so we've got a motion.
I now have a point of question relating to the to the general manager's comment.
Yeah.
If he's saying we have to decide whether we're in or out tomorrow, does this committee have the delegated authority to commit that expenditure, or does council have? I would suggest, because it's an item that
This is recommended to council.
The full council
That's right.
withdrew us from it some time ago, from that quality of life indicator. How can we decide here at this meeting?
We can't, because this is a recommendation to council, so, which is Thursday.
Yep.
So where does that put us?
I'll have to refer to Julie, sorry, I don't know the contractual arrangements.
Just to clarify, the recommendations from today, Madam Chair, are going through to the 15th.
Yeah, I understand that, but the
December.
general manager said we have to have a decision by tomorrow, and tomorrow's not the 15th.
Sorry, Madam Chair, if I can clarify for you. The quality of life survey is being framed up at the moment, and so what they're asking for us is a very, not confirmed, but a very good indication whether we want to be included in that quality of life survey or not. If we cannot give them that indication, we will not be able to be in it for another 2 years.
So,
So
I
we
mean,
can just go
they're dealing with councils, they can wait a couple of days.
Yes, they understand that. So what they're
Good,
asking
okay.
for us from by tomorrow is an indication of whether we look like we will be in or out.
So our
They do
indication
realise
is
that we can't do
they have to
anything.
wait till the 15th.
I think just through the chair, subject to the vote, if the vote here was affirmative, then I imagine the staff would say the committee is recommending to council that we participate, but it will be considered on the 15th of December.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I would like to, as a result of hearing that from Julie, complain about the information the General Manager snuck in just before we had the procedural vote, which said we had to make a decision by tomorrow, and once the words are out, they can't be taken back. That is not the information we've now been given.
No.
One or other of them is actually wrong, and apart from being unfair, and I don't really care about the result of the vote, I care about the way that that's been handled by management.
Look, I think it would have been helpful to have had that critical information in here, and it is part of the recommendation, so that it wasn't helpful to not have that key piece of information. There's not much we can do about it now, but other than indicate that very strongly that they don't need a decision tomorrow and that they do have to wait till the 15th. It's a couple of days. Point well received, Councillor McPherson. All right, so...
Madam Chair, just a point of clarification.
Yep.
We can't indicate a decision.
No,
we
no,
can't
we're
give
not.
a decision.
No, we're not
But
going
we can give a committee.
We can say it's been recommended,
Yeah,
which is what Julie said.
Which I think, from what I can understand,
Which is-
that might just be enough. I think
Correct.
it sounds like it's easier to remove than it is to put in.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. All right, so that's been moved and seconded by Councillors Gallagher and Forsyth. So I'm going to put that to the vote.
Hang on.
Oh, sorry, debate.
I've still got questions.
All right. Look, I'm getting hungry. It's all okay. I'm fading away.
Blood sugar's getting a bit low.
Sorry. Didn't we do questions? Haven't we done questions?
Do you have a licence?
No, we haven't done questions. No.
That was a
We're
drone
all waiting
strike,
in
is
line.
what that was.
It was food. That was a near miss.
We haven't done questions. Questions. I'm going to have that. My favourite. Questions.
Okay, well, I'm happy for Councillor King to
Councillor King.
Just a
first
quick question.
as long as you don't forget about me.
No, I would never. Actually, you're down on the list. Councillors Pascoe and Councillors Forsyth. So let's do that and then we'll do Councillors King.
Fine.
Councillor
Okay.
Pascoe.
All right, thank you. I've got some questions. First question is, I look at recommendation B, that council remain committed, and I emphasise the word remain. And then I look at paragraphs 32 to 34, or 31 to 34, where the report talks about the changes in the 2012 amendment to the Local Government Act. Does accepting B in the recommendation mean that we're actually acting outside the intent, specific intent of the 2012 amendment of the Local Government Act?
Through you, Madam Chair. No. So the wellbeings have been removed from the wording.
Yes.
In terms of B, that is a recommendation directly from the subcommittee in terms of showing the local intent. And my understanding is that council has full power to say we should be involved in promoting these particular types of activity for the benefit of all ratepayers. So the local government change removed the wording, but it still gives power of councils to make decisions on activity.
The intent also is to relate it to the Hamilton Plan, which naturally refers throughout the document to is a wellbeing document. So
Yeah.
I think it's the legislative side in terms of the Act, but this relates, of course, in my view, to our parent overarching document, which the majority of councillors supported.
Yeah, that is my next question,
Yeah.
because when I look at perhaps what this council has intended to do in terms of embodying the 2012 amendment is the Hamilton Plan. And when I look at page 95, I see that 2, possibly 3 of the promotions that we have in terms of our well-being don't align back to the Hamilton Plan. And I just wonder whether that needs another look at to make sure that the well-being, social well-being promotion does specifically align back to the Hamilton plan.
Can you just, what areas don't, sorry.
Well, yeah, okay. Connecting our communities.
Sorry?
Connecting our communities, which is on page 95. Yeah. No direct alignment. Accessible housing for all. It's been rewritten, but hasn't kind of been rewritten here. Our homes, our neighbourhoods, and our city are safe places. Again, no direct alignment to the Hamilton plan. And I just wonder if we're taking on board exactly what the intent is of the 2012 amendment, then we should be realigning our. All it seems to me is that using the word remain, and perhaps not directly aligning our strategies to the Hamilton plan means that we're making absolutely no changes following on. This is the 2012 social being policy. We're not actually making any changes to reflect the changes that were made in the.
It seems to me, and this is where, while I didn't support Councillor McPherson on the procedural motion, because I think to a degree what I think Councillor McPherson and others want to achieve would be picked up in item F, where we're coming back to S&P in May 2016. Whereas it seems to me those issues in terms of the alignment we could pick up, I think, and then clarify and bring that back in our May meeting. I think that would be the way to address those issues. And I think, as has been mentioned, if any other elected members have got particular items they want to get, so that we, and you're right, because basically now we should be, anything we do, if we've got an overarching, which the majority, it was a majority minority to support the Hamilton plan, for example, then obviously you try and relate that to it as much as possible. Dare I say, if the thing's missing from the plan, then you might want to litigate that at the time. I don't know if Andy, you...
Yeah, just through you, Madam Chair, I guess the 4 areas of connecting our communities, training our people for jobs, accessible housing for all our homes, our neighbourhoods, our city, safe places, were really the parts of the strategy which were the goals. They were the goals of the strategy. The intent of B is holistically that council still cares for the social wellbeing of residents, not that we're going to continue to pursue the particular aspects of the social wellbeing strategy. So B was more of, we still care for our people, we still want families to thrive in our city, and it's not just about other things. So that was the intent of B, and in the light of our recommendation is that an indicator report will highlight key social issues that we can either pull partners into conversation or navigate in other ways that do align with our strategies, our plans and our policies. So that's kind of, I guess, the slight change there, sir.
So perhaps an amendment to 11B that council commits to promoting social wellbeing in line with the Hamilton plan. With what's the wording I'm looking for? Just go back to that. In line with the Hamilton plan. Would that be a better approach than to suggest that we're remaining committed to a process which has been superseded by changes in legislation?
You would be on safer ground.
Yeah, okay. Okay, the other question, which also revolves around the items C, D and F. And unfortunately, and again, this is something that I think that we really need to have at these meetings, is the likely cost of implementing. Obviously, there's some additional costs by having the social indicator report. D talks about the quality of life survey, which of course is something that we previously had, which we ceased to have. Presumably there might well have been a cost factor for why we pulled out of that in the past. And I just, again, a little bit concerned that we have, it may not be a significant cost and it may be funded out of existing budgets, but it would be good in these reports to have some indication as to what the cost is, where it's being funded from, and if it requires additional funding outside of the long-term plan, then it's actually quantified, or there's some estimates in there.
Yeah, apologies to that. Staff were working with the Quality of Life project to narrow down exactly what the costs would be, and so that's part of the information that's just really come to light. And indicative, it's in that 20 to 28,000 per survey, so that biennial kind of cost.
How much was that again?
20 to 28 is the indicative costings.
So that would be the only additional cost. There wouldn't be a cost associated with the social indicator
No,
report.
we've got staff that put that together.
We do that here, do we? Okay, so that's staff time. So I'm happy, maybe more questions, but perhaps if I just signal I would like to look at a possible amendment to 11B.
Okay. Do you want to give that? We've got a motion on the table, so do you want to indicate?
Okay, well,
now?
11B be amended, and it may be that the mover might be happy with the changes. That council commits to promoting social wellbeing aligned to the Hamilton Plan.
Councillor Gallagher, would that be something you would be comfortable with? Moving that into your
I think the
motion?
Hamilton Plan does commit to promoting social wellbeing. The slight worry I have, and look, this is not a die in the ditcher. I think that could be done as a separate amendment, because obviously,
Okay.
you know, I'm not, because
All right.
if it
Before
before May, before we report back, if it suddenly by accident excludes some stuff, then I don't want that, because it's not in the Hamilton Plan. I'd rather turn it around and have an opportunity to report all the stuff that's not in the Hamilton Plan, but see if it can be attached to the Hamilton Plan or not.
Okay,
but it's
so
not.
that's no.
We'll take a guidance, obviously, from the parent committee.
So that's no,
Yeah.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yes,
So
no.
is there a seconder for
It's a long-winded no, but it's a no.
Is there a
That was
seconder?
quick for you, Mark.
Is there a seconder? We're all getting
Pippa
hungry
no,
now.
Pippa
Is there a
no.
seconder for Councillor Gallagher's Councillor Gallagher, not Pascoe's amendment?
That's my amendment.
Sorry, Councillor Pascoe's amendment. Is there a seconder? No, there's no second. Deputy Mayor's going to second that. Okay, so we'll got that on the table. We'll continue with questions. I've got Councillor Forsyth, then Councillor King.
Thank you. So I just wanted to get a little bit of clarity for me around the quality of life survey versus the social indicator report. So there's only two separate reports. One's one that we purchase, and the other is one that the staff would make up. So this is an example of it, one that we've got here in the...
Yes, that's the example of what a social indicator report would be.
Our one.
Yes, our one. The
Okay.
quality of life project really aligns with the Hamilton Plan in terms of how we're tracking. You know, we've got goals around being the third economy. We've got goals about, you know, attracting people to the city. The quality of life is a national survey with other like-minded metropolitan areas where we can hopefully celebrate and say, look, we actually rank as the best city to live in according to this survey. So it's a potential benchmarking and sales point. We think it's going to be beneficial to help provide information for the indicator report. But I think there will be greater uses than just the indicator report in terms of us being able to promote the way that we are progressing as a city.
Yeah. So if that a social indicator report is developed, and look, I'm sorry if I missed the other bit of discussion before, but when it comes to, there are some suggestions to this that I'd also like to make, so that we could do that later on. after the-
Absolutely,
Yeah,
yes.
sweet. Okay,
Yeah.
no, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, Councillor King, questions?
What happens if we vote out of the Hamilton Plan, and if the amendment goes through, and we are no longer, for some reason, we dispose of the Hamilton Plan? I just noticed that a lot of our policies are crossing from one policy to another to another. It's almost like the whole thing's turning into a big spider web. We're connecting everything up over and over with policies, and here we are doing it again. And it's almost like we're putting ourselves in a position where once we vote one big plan like the Hamilton Plan or the Central City Transformation Plan or something out, then a whole lot of things collapse because they're all referred to each other. And it just seems there's a mood to connect a lot of things up. And this is the same thing, and I'm just wondering if the amendment goes through, and then the Hamilton plan got voted out in the next, triennium or whatever, where do we go then?
I think with the other resolutions, and it would depend on your committee structure too. Obviously, we've got a subcommittee, community forum subcommittee. So, and there's some of this discussion was at the subcommittee meeting that this indicator report then, and the information we get from the Hamilton Residents Survey then allows that subcommittee, and that's its terms of reference, to actually discuss what are the issues that we've got at hand, and then what are council's initiatives to address those issues if it's council's role. So you'd still be getting the information through the survey and the report, and then the subcommittee, or it might be a committee of council, could then make some decisions or not on what intervention it needs to take and what investment around social wellbeing. Obviously, if that happened, if the Hamilton plan got voted out, then I would suspect the report would say what are the consequential flow-on effects of that happening with other policies and linkages. So there might be some amendments by removing some words and things like that. So
General Manager's just got some comment as well to help.
Just, I think, Councillor King, the Hamilton Plan, as you may recall, is effectively our community outcomes. And when the council passed that, they noted that it gave effect to our community outcomes. So that sits at the very top of the tree for council. So if that changed or was removed, there'll be a lot of consequences in terms of associated documents that take reference from the Hamilton Plan. So as we are doing now, working through some of the strategies that were linked back to previous councils, the same process would have to happen consequentially to the Hamilton Plan changing. There will be a number of things that may change as a result of whatever it was replaced with.
Is that a wise way to run council?
Well, council...
If one document gets voted out, then a whole lot of things collapse or have to be changed or have to be readdressed?
Well, a new council will always look at their community outcomes or council outcomes. That's appropriate. It's part of the Local Government Act. And if there is a change to those, then the rest of the documents or rest of the plans for council would need to be considered in light of that change. It would be very appropriate.
Okay, I noticed this is becoming the norm. There's a whole lot of spider web of all these plans joining together and almost put us in a position where we can't vote something out. Is that how it's been in previous councils?
No.
I think councils operate on a number of plans.
But my question is, in the past, you've been here for a long time, Blair. You're probably the longest standing person in this room. You were born here in nappies.
Hang on.
Sorry, I meant that in fun, okay? Sorry, I take that back. My question is that we're joining up plan on plan on plan and policy on policy, and we're connecting them. Has that happened in the past?
Yes, it did, and I think in different ways. I mean, we had the 8 strategies from past councils. This is one of the strategies here. The social wellbeing strategy was one of 8 strategies that was a pillar for that council, and that they sat for a number of years from the Redmond-led council. So plans and strategies are very much a part of this council and other councils, and I guess this council here has put in place the Hamilton Plan, is building other plans around that. You have a 10-year plan. It's very appropriate for any new council to come along and say, what is our guiding plans and documents? In this case, it would be the council outcomes. For this council, expressed by way of the Hamilton Plan. For the new council and the new training, they will go through the process to say, do we still consider the Hamilton Plan appropriate? What is our new council outcomes? And from there, they will review the plans and strategies that are in place. It's very appropriate and very common in councils across the country.
Can I just...
So it can be quite easily unwound?
No, I think the strategic framework can get quite complex, just in terms of the Hamilton Plan. So councils have to legally have community outcomes. The Local Government Act, effectively, we adopt community outcomes. This council adopted in August the year before last. The outcomes from the Hamilton Plan as our community outcomes. Effectively, that gave that status and legislation for this council to effectively have that as our, as Blair said, the top of our hierarchy in terms of strategic plans. It's appropriate, therefore, because it's been adopted by this council as its legislative outcomes, that everything links back to that. In terms of your question about whether or not it's the most effective way of doing it, there are different ways of doing it, and we've still got to have those documents as our paramount document, though. So, and if we would unwind it, it would take some unwinding in certain respects. So, we are cognizant of that when we change plans. We'll make sure we report back to council with what the impacts are and what impacts that has on other documents. In fact, we're still working through some of those, and that's probably one of the reasons this is here today, to make sure that we unwind those plans as well. But the ultimate paramount document we have to follow is the community outcomes, and that happens to be encapsulated as the Hamilton Plan.
Can I just, sorry, Councillor King, can I just clarify that? But it's the first time I've heard the Hamilton Plan being called a community outcomes response. I haven't heard that before. But the Hamilton Plan, as I understand it, is the strategic document for the LTP, whereas in the past we haven't had a strategic document for the what it used to be called LTCCP before. We've just had the LTCCP. But any plan and any policy and document can be changed, including the LTP, at any time by an incoming council. They can chuck everything out and start again.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, so can I just clarify
Previous council
why are we?
provisions and
Yeah,
different statements.
yeah.
That's right.
Why did we call it why did you call it the community outcomes?
Legislative requirement.
Because the legislation requires us to have
Oh,
community
okay.
outcomes.
I hadn't heard that.
Previously, we've had visions and missions and
And we have
Oh,
had, we have
right.
had, if you look at our previous strategic framework that had a vision, it also had council goals and council outcomes, and they were adopted by the
Okay,
previous
so
council.
it's just I was confused because you're using old language. Sorry, Councillor King, carry on.
So we're not building an empire that can't be unwound when the next...
No.
we're not building an empire.
We're not building.
Well, a set of rules, a set of a structure that can't be
Nothing can
quickly
be unwound.
changed
Nothing can be
during the
unwound.
numbers change.
No, we're not building something that can't be easily unwound, Councillor King.
Okay.
Anything
And
can be unwound.
my next question is, with this quality of life survey, I take it you've done a bit of research and you know that we're going to rank all right, because it would be not good if we pay our 28 grand and we rank with Christmas Island. So I take it there's been a little bit of
Christmas Island?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm a believer in our city. I believe that we are achieving incredibly well, and we would have to see that. We haven't premeditated and therefore say we'll only put our hand in the race if we know we can win. I think we're aspirational that our city can achieve and thrive, and for us to say that we're living in a great space without being prepared to do that in terms of measuring against other cities is possibly interesting choice.
Does the survey go public?
Sorry?
Does the survey results go public?
Yes, it's a public document, and it very much says where the outcomes lay.
And you don't see any risk in that?
I think there's always risk, but I think it's a worthwhile. I believe in our city, and I go, if it highlighted that we were 8th out of 8th, then that gives us some things to work on. If it highlighted we were 1st of 8th, that would still give us some things that we should work on.
Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Right, okay. I would be interested to know what we're actually spending 28,000 on, since we'd have no. The whole process is very interesting to me. We're devising new policies, strategies, plans, links to plans on the hoof as we go through the meeting by amendment in some cases. Very poor way to handle this situation, I would say. We're being asked to spend up to $28,000 per annum, unbudgeted item, on something that we don't have in front of us. We've got the social indicator report proposed, and we've got the issues would be in that in front of us. We're told it won't cost us anything, it'll be just staff time. That's a cost. What will our existing staff not do because they're doing that? If we vote this in, it'll make that a priority. So I think this is, before I thought it was a little bit half-baked. Now I think it's really half-baked. The whole thing at the moment is, I'm not saying that it's a bad idea that we head where we're headed, think we're wanting to head. I think it's half-baked trying to decide the way we are at the moment. In fact, it's worse than half-baked. It's half-arsed, I'd say. Look, if we want a document prepared by the local community in consultation with council, supplanted by one that's designed primarily by Wellington, because that's what the quality of life indicator is, that's fine, and you should vote for it. But if you want something that gives you a local flavour and benchmarks you against others, then that's not yet what you've got in front of you. And, you know, I can't believe this decision-making. If it was any other area, we'd be on it like a flash. But because the Mayor wants the Hamilton plan and everything to link to that, we are now going through this ridiculous charade of a decision-making process at the moment. I mean, Councillor Pascoe raised some good points about how he thought it might need to link. He didn't get a second. I didn't happen to want it to link to that, but I understood the logic of what you were trying to achieve. We haven't had the chance to staff to do any work in that area or any of the other suggestions that have come through here other than what we've got in front of us, which includes, for instance, no information on how we spend that money. So I would like to know from staff, where's the $28,000 per annum coming from? Tell me specifically which budget that's coming out of, please, because you've proposed we spend that money.
So, Madam Chair, for you, the 28,000 is within the strategy and research budget. We do have a budget for things like this. As mentioned earlier, the quality of life survey on paragraph 54 explains the city it actually covers. So we would be one of the cities that would be included in that, which is why we need to say whether we have an indication of wanting to be in that or not. And the last point is that the quality of life survey will give us an external, unbiased view, and it will help us benchmark not only in terms of social wellbeing, but within all the topics that are listed in 56.
Why hasn't the copy been put in front of us?
This is an issue that we have been exploring fairly recently. The quality.
Well, hang on a second. Hang on. When you say that, yes, this was something that was raised at the community forum meeting. There was an opportunity to get a copy of the most recent one. Here's what we're proposing that you spend the $28,000 on. This is the alternative, what we would have spent it on at this meeting.
It is being redefined at the moment. One of the things that the Quality of Life Survey, they did not do a 2012? 10. There has been a pause in the Quality of Life Survey because of the earthquakes in Christchurch, and at that period of time they didn't do them over that 2-year gap, so there has been a 4-year gap. So they are now redeveloping the survey, and it's we're looking at, you know, making an indication that we want to be in. Well, once they are currently working on that at the moment, and we would expect them to give us a full proposal for that.
A full proposal after we vote on it? I mean, sorry, this is ridiculous. This is really ridiculous and really poor decision making. I don't really care whether you support the concept or not. It is very, very, very poor decision making. We're going to get a proposal after we decide we're going to be in it. You know, you're a board of governance here, all of you. You should have something in front of you you can say yes or no to, or we like the option B, not option A, or something like that. We've got words at the moment with no facts, really, on that. We don't know what the format's going to be. Councillors, you know, this is the worst decision-making I've seen in this term of council. It may be a small issue, and there's plenty of things I've disagreed with. This is something I may even agree with the outcome on, but you have not got facts in front of you to make a decision. Now, even the cost is a guesstimate ranging $8,000 either way. Mm-hmm. So, you know, what is it that we're being asked for, and have we got any facts in front of us? No, we don't.
Sorry, Councillor McPherson, we are still with questions.
Okay. Do you agree?
Are you aware? Okay. Is that all your questions?
No, I asked specifically what was in it. I know full well, I was here when we were part of it before. I know full well the types of questions that were in it last time, but I mean, we don't have that this time. Are you confirming that there is no questionnaire that available in draft form that we could see?
No, they're working on that at the moment. For you, Madam Chair, they're working on it at the moment, which is why we don't have something to put in front of you. They have listed out the topics that are covered. There is, one of the things they are doing is changing their approach to the questionnaires and the detailed report. So last time I understood council was in it, one of the outcomes that council got was a very detailed report, and that drove up the cost of it to council. So this time the cost is a lot less, but what they're going to do is give council summary report, so it does give us the high level view, but it also means that we will have access to the data, so we will be able to look at all of the data and then be able to use the data, which we can't play with, but use the data to look to address specific things that we want to. So what they're asking for us is this high level indication that we want to be involved, and they are then will go away and frame up both the cost of it, because it depends on how many councils are involved in terms of how the cost is shared out across the councils, and also finalise the framework for the
So we don't even actually know the cost either.
No, that they have given us an indication of the costs between sort of 22 to 28 or 20 to 28, but it is something, once they have an understanding of how many councils will be involved, they will be able to give us a finalised cost.
Okay, Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah,
Oh,
look,
sorry,
I
Councillor.
want, as chair of the community forum, an updated
Sorry,
written
Councillor.
report for council. I want appropriate sample documents of the survey in order to assist councillors at full council to make a final decision on this. All right, so I think it's very important that we just zoom in on exactly the updated version. Do you have any idea when they're going to be in a position? Because if we're buying up to something, I mean, one, we hear that we've got to let them know in 2 days' time. So I would assume that you don't commit to something until you know signed and sealed what the price of that exercise is. And then very clearly the whole point of the National Quality of Life Survey, and I think personally it's good that we benchmark against other local authorities. That's good. But I do want to know, Lance, around cost and basic format and the relevance of that format. Just, I think what councillors want is an assurance that that format is entirely relevant to our needs, in addition to obviously benchmarking. And I just think probably through Lance, our good GM, an appropriate updated report could be circulated prior to full council.
So that was a question, so can you do that?
Well, I'd request that. I guess, can you do it?
For you, Madam Chair,
Yes.
what we can do is provide you with the quality of life survey as it was last time, and because at the moment we don't have the one they're going to run because they're framing it up. So we can definitely provide you with what.
But as a client, we'll have an input into the frame, right? So what I want to get a sense, and I think, through the GM, is we get a sample of the report, but I want to get a sense without breaching commercial, I want to get a sense that the GM is relaxed, that as a client, that report in its proposed new form is going to meet our local needs.
Can that come back to a briefing so elected members can see it and then give our feedback? Is that possible? I mean, given they have to have a decision in the next few days?
Yes.
I mean, is that how they're going to work it? I mean, we're the client. Well, are we the client? We're paying.
One of.
One of, yeah.
So the councils that
The guinea pigs.
Yeah, no, the councils that are currently in there are Auckland, Wellington,
Yeah.
Tauranga, Hudson,
Yeah.
Christchurch and Dunedin.
Yeah.
And so what the quality of life people are doing are going out and saying, can you tell us who wants to be in for the next one?
Yeah,
Because
okay.
they are about to start talking to their providers, so they can finalise a costing with their providers. And so then we'll have an idea of what the actual cost will be for us. However, for them to be able to come up with a true indicative cost, they need to know what, how many they're going to run into costs.
But in terms of governance, and I think it's a relevant point, I mean, in the end, this is about getting on and doing. It's about having a tool that's going to get us into stuff that we need to advocate and do, right? But I think from a governance principle, and if there's, if the authority of council, we're making a policy as a committee or council, I think we need a clear idea of a cost, and I think a clear idea of the product that we've arrived at.
Yeah.
So,
I want-
Sorry,
okay.
yes, we can definitely bring something back either to a briefing or a council meeting or the next ECP.
Okay.
Yeah.
And GM's got a suggestion.
I'm just trying to find a way forward here, and I guess I'm looking to paragraph D, which is the one that pertains to the discussion here. And I'm just wondering whether something on the lines of that council agrees to join the quality of life, agrees in principle to join the quality of life survey, because I think that's the first thing, in order to and that the chief executive be delegated to finalise the terms of our participation, subject to agreeing the cost and format of the questionnaire. That would allow offline discussions between yourself and the chief executive. I'm just trying to find, because I think staff need an agreement in principle, but I also understand that you want to have a way out, and I guess that the chief executive has delegated that. You can engage with the chief executive once that detail is available. Just thinking, Lance, would that work in terms of?
Well, it worked for us, and I think as Julie said, it's about, and someone said, I think one of the councillors over here said it, that we, as it's formulating, we've actually got an opportunity to actually influence what the questions are.
That's the key.
So I think that's quite important. But we can bring that information back. So, but I think what Blair's suggesting is a way forward. And
hang on, that cuts councillors out.
Yeah, I was just going to say, can we include in that the briefing? I mean, there's enough concern around, I want to get to a resolution too, and there's enough concern around here, I think, split, that we want it to come back to a briefing.
And an appropriate briefing and work with you, Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chair, the likelihood of them finalising this before Christmas is probably zero. So it could come back. So we can give the indication that we're interested, subject to our input into the format and the questions, and then we can actually bring that back to councillors so that you're actually at a briefing in the new year, so you're actually comfortable with what's in it.
Yeah. As everyone, we'll just work up some wording that's going to be included in the motion if the mover is comfortable with that. And I think that may bring some comfort to everyone. Councillor McPherson, do you? Well, we're not finished with the words yet, but I'm just wondering if if that gives you a bit more comfort.
Well, my comment just before was it's improving from my point of view. Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, it comes back to council. I'm just checking.
Yeah.
So
and perhaps we can just get Jude will help us with the motion, because
so
basically what we're doing is we're agreeing in principle, subject to CEO sign off, but before the CEO sign off there is a proper briefing session of elected members to make sure that the document meets our need. All right, there's a budget issue, and we're keen that we get value for money. But the critical issue is, from an elected policymakers, we want to make sure that the new document, because it's a national comparative document, meets our particular local needs. In other words, we want assurance it's of value to us, which then feeds into our strategies. Okay?
Okay, so let's just wait for those wordings to go up. While we're just waiting for that, committee members, we're definitely going to break for dinner because we've still got a few items plus an excluded item. But I just wanted to check, Councillors King and McPherson have indicated that they're going to go. That brings us down to 7.
I'll stay now.
After dinner?
Checked, yes.
Okay. All right, so unless 2 people leave, we're okay.
How long are you having for tea break?
Well, I've had requests from members for an hour.
Whatever. No, relax, whatever.
I mean, staff haven't prepared for food, but I was thinking 30 minutes.
We've missed dinner at home anyway, so and I wouldn't mind it easy.
Yeah, I mean...
Do you want 30, or do you want we've got to respect staff. What would you prefer? What would colleagues prefer, Mrs.
I think 30 minutes seems to be the...
Well, I'm going to take longer. I've been sitting here for 6.5 hours, and I don't want to stuff
take an hour.
Food down and then come back again.
Okay.
It's just obviously conscious of the staff.
Yeah, it just
Relax us.
Yeah.
Is there no food here?
I think there's...
so
there is. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear
down.
what Margaret had to say about the hour. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I don't fancy walking 10 minutes or 20 minutes and waiting to order for something to eat.
There is
stuffing
down.
There's food here, apparently.
I'd rather choose my own meal. Last time it was a salad and I wasn't happy about that.
That's all right.
My blood sugar is low and I need food.
No, I didn't hear, so that was all.
We think there's food. we will check as soon as we move into debate. Okay. All right, so we haven't dealt with the amendment yet. So if we've had lengthy discussion here. Oh, hang on. I don't think that's added to the amendment, is it?
The D
it's
is
added to the
I'll add, as the mover,
motion.
I'll add D
Yeah.
to my motion, all right? And then
Yeah.
you've got the Pascoe amendment, which is purely pivoting around the
Yeah.
Hamilton plan,
Yeah.
per
Okay.
se,
Yeah.
which obviously goes first,
Oh.
and then...
And the second
Yeah,
of the
why didn't-
motion's
why didn't
Councillor
you add-
Forsyth.
Why didn't you accept mine, Councillor?
I'll explain.
Okay, now, just bearing in mind, we're going to move, if you can speak to both of them when we move into
Sure.
debate, but we're also 5 minutes from breaching standing orders for having a meeting go for 6 hours, including, so I may have to stop and get a resolution and then
We
continue
started
with
at
debate.
1:30.
We started at 1:30,
Makes 7:30.
plus we had,
Going 5 hours, 10 minutes.
oh, thanks. All right, so no, we're fine then.
Heaps of time.
All right. So we've got the
We could debate this for another hour.
we've got the amendment
50 minutes anyway.
on the board.
I just need some clarification. D, you've got in principle adjoins a quality of life survey, that
Yeah.
is a cost, and that the Hamilton residents survey continue, and
That's another cost. Yeah.
So is it intended that there now be 2 research programs?
Yes.
Crazy.
Yes. Okay, so if we can have the amendment. Who's the mover of the motion?
And sorry,
Is it
the
Councillor
last
Forsyth?
clarification, Chair, was the costing around both surveys. Because was it intended during the debate that we do not do one of the surveys?
Not explicitly in the amendment or the motion, no. It's not. It's not intended that we don't do one of them, not explicitly in either the amendment or the motion.
Yeah, the resident survey's happening anyway, Madam
Yeah.
Chair, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the quality of life survey will be an additional cost because there's no budget allocated.
Additional survey.
And that is
Without
X
a doubt.
amount, what was it, 20 to 28,000, okay. All right, so we've got the amendment there and we've got the motion, and I'll go to the mover of the motion for the first, no, it's the mover of the amendment. So Councillor Pascoe, did you want to, and please speak on both the amendment and the motion.
Yes, okay. Well, I would ask my colleagues to support me, and that is to support the amendment. And the reasons why, I think the Hamilton plan is the direction of travel. It's kind of like the Magna Carta document that this council has put in place as city leaders, as governors, to give direction to the staff and to lead the city. So I think it's important that when we do have significant legislative changes, which we did have in the 2012 amendment, and we're making changes to significant policies that we've previously maintained around council, that we do link it to where the current direction of travel is. There is no doubt that the 2012 amendment changed council's and made it more specific what council's core business is. And council's core business is no longer the same social wellbeing policies that previous councils followed in accordance with the Local Government Act. I think that if we don't make the changes, or changes similar to the amendment that I'm suggested, then we well may be open to legal challenge. There are sector services addressing many of the issues around social wellbeing, and they are listed on pages 106 and 107. And I think that was the intent by central government when the 2012 amendment was made to do that, to focus wellbeing in with those community and government groups involved specifically in those activities. I think the issue around D is very much a red herring. One of our roles as governors is to give staff the responsibility to find out exactly which surveys are the most appropriate and most up-to-date and most beneficial in terms of the reporting that we will get back as a governance group. So I think while I will support the proposed changes to D, I think it's quite unnecessary. And the fact that it's $28,000 is in itself on its own a significant cost, but it is part of our governance role to rely on staff to investigate and bring out the best and make sure that those surveys or whatever the expenditure on, that we are getting value for money through that. So I think the discussion we've had on D is very much a red herring, but I will support in terms of that being built into A to F of my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry. No, I'm on the wrong list here. Sorry, Councillor Gallagher, and then Councillor McPherson, then Councillor Forsyth.
I'm happy to reserve my
Okay, yep.
speech.
So McPherson.
Okay. It is the role of governance around this table not to rely on staff, but to receive good information from staff and to test that information if we have any concerns about it. That is absolutely our role, not to rely on staff alone. We rely on our own experience and knowledge as well. That's why we're elected. If it was just to rely on staff, we wouldn't bother putting these before the meeting. I'm not suggesting that's what Councillor Pascoe is saying, but I'm making the point that we have a role here. In particular case, our role, because we have not been presented with any detailed information on some of the aspects here, we are testing it. As a group, nearly all of us are testing it. And we're finding some aspects of the information provided are wanting. From Councillor Pascoe's point of view, he thinks the linkage to the overarching Hamilton plan is wanting. I don't happen to agree with some of the direction of travel of the Hamilton plan, but as I said before, I understand the logic of wanting to link what you're doing now with what you've decided previously as an overarching thing. I think that's an important way of handling things. But however, from my point of view, I look back in the local change in the Local Government Act. They do not say that we have to get rid of references to social well-being or concern about social well-being in our city. In fact, we still have the choice as an elected body to have those sorts of statements and sorts of policies in our council policy and giving us a direction of travel. They're just there like they were before. We have some different processes or some extra processes we might have to go to achieve that. But we can still, if we think it's important for Hamilton, say this city must provide social housing. That's a direction of travel we have the choice of deciding. For instance, we could say, or not, and we want to do, we want to have good quality public transport, and we're going to put some money into that. We can decide all those sorts of social things, because if we've that's important for the city, and we're supported after consultation by the citizens. One of the problems that I have with this whole debacle, and it was a debacle at the community forum meeting, in my opinion, and it's absolutely a debacle here, is that we have a mayoral edict that's gone to staff to get rid of the social wellbeing strategy, and they've come up with something to replace it, which is not exactly to anyone's cup of tea, including the mayor, who made suggestions for changes, quite good suggestions, I thought, at the community forum meeting, some of them, and other for changes here now. It needs a lot more work if we're going to change what we're doing. I have no problem with benchmarking us against other cities, but the problem is that we don't know what it is we're going to be benchmarking against yet, because they haven't had a survey for a while. They're reinventing that thing, and we're being asked to get in level with something we're not quite sure what we're going to be getting into bed with yet. So, I've got some sympathy with Councillor Pascoe's proposed amendment, but I don't think that fully canvasses the need for this city to have social wellbeing in mind and to have some directions of travel in the social wellbeing area set. Because it doesn't, the Hamilton plan doesn't say that, it's a waffly generalist plan, then I don't think that that's got enough there for me. I don't think that the motion itself has got enough to hang our hat on if we want to be a socially responsible city council. I'm going to be voting against both the amendment and the motion at this stage, though I am, as the chair asked me before, I'm more relaxed now that at least we're going to get improved information before we make the final decisions. But I do think that next time these issues come before us, we've got to have some very definite proposals worked through with all the relevant parties and presented to us with facts and figures that can back them up, not just, well, this might happen if we go in, or etc., all babies that we've heard today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm actually going to vote for the amendment, and I thank Councillor Pesco for pointing out the fact that we really should be considering making that we're going to align with the Hamilton Plan, because actually that's the way our planning and our governance and our decision making, certainly for me, it's the way it's been based all the way along. And, you know, Councillor King referred earlier to having plans interlinked and working together, and actually I think that's the way to go. I think we need to be aligned and interconnected and have plans that speak to each other. I'm going to support the amendment. I understand what the fears that Councillor McPherson has about the quality of life survey and the unknowns about cost and what's actually going to be in it, but I think that staff certainly have spoken to that process, and I feel comfortable that staff will take the concerns that we have and the direction that I think that we can give them to that sort of negotiating process next. So yeah, I'm very comfortable with voting for the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tooman, and then Councillor Gallagher, you've reserved your right.
Madam Chair, I will be voting against the amendment. If this survey was that good, I would have thought that there'd be a hell of a lot more than 6 local authorities around New Zealand would actually be taking it up. Because there's only 6 out of 78 which participated in 2014. We're running the resident survey on an analysis, and admittedly, of course, that's really concerned with council services, and it doesn't actually dig down deep enough. But I really can't see any connection between this survey here, which they're going to compare us with Auckland, heaven forbid. They're going to compare us with Wellington, Porirua, Hutt City, Christchurch. And I see us as being totally different to these other 6 cities. So as a result of that, I will be voting against the amendment, because I can't really see the connection between the quality of life survey and what that has to do with these up in it.
Could we just get some clarification around that? The amendment is the changes to D are now embodied into the motion around the D has been amended, hasn't it, in the motion?
Yes.
Correct. So the amendment is still only the change that I have recommended.
Which is only B.
You could, if I'm just trying to accommodate Councillor Tooman's suggestion to the chair, you could vote on each section if there's
No, yeah.
The issue is that what Councillor Tooman disagrees with the rest. He has a problem with one of the clauses.
Everything's the same. The only thing that is changed for the amendment is B, and that's.
But you've changed D also, but Councillor Gallagher agreed to put that into his original
and you're
motion,
including it A to F with the following change to B.
Which embodies the change to D, yeah.
So that it aligns it to the Hamilton Plan. So essentially, both the amendment and the motion are exactly the same.
Except for B.
Except for B.
Yeah.
So instead of saying the council remain committed to promoting social wellbeing, which is the motion, it's saying referencing the Hamilton plan.
Thank you.
That's the only difference. Okay. So Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, I mean, I just will quickly start with Councillor Term's point. I think I hear what you say, but I do think there is merit. Those are 7 key local authorities, and as I understand it, that work will help us. Funnily enough, while this discussion has been a little tortuous,
Only a little.
I think it's really good that we are actually having a thorough whole of this. It's not just buried in a small subcommittee of council. I think that is healthy. I will, however, respectfully differ with Councillor McPherson. Not often I do this, and strongly defend the team in community development. And I would ask you just to refer back to the executive summary as to the reasons why we are looking at the current social wellbeing strategy being fit for purpose in 2015 as against when it happened in 2006. And professionally...
Point of order, was it 2006 or considerably later when it was, I believe it was considerably...
What was the right date?
It was later than that. I'm not sure the date, but it's certainly not that long.
I stand corrected. I stand corrected.
Definitely give correct facts.
Absolutely stand corrected.
Especially if he's disagreeing
Okay.
with me.
Corrected and acknowledge that Councillor McPherson will have an institutional history
Okay.
that I won't. But I just want to say that Deanne and the team and Andy have genuinely approached this exercise, in my view, free from any notion of political interference. There's competing philosophies in this chamber, absolutely. I heard reference before that someone said it was a Magna Carta. Who said it was a Magna Carta?
Councillor
was
Pascoe.
me.
Right, and of course...
I was
Treasure.
expecting
It's a-
Councillor Gallagher
he's
to
saying-
respond to that.
I want to, and if we use the word
Should be
Magna
a
Carta,
museum.
then one would ask, who is King John? Who are the barons? And who to have the ultimate say? I rather like that the Hamilton plan, and I'll just talk about the relevance of the amendment, if I may, very quickly. I think we've now got a better direction of travel, torturous as it's been. I'm not going to support the amendment, not that I'm wildly opposed to the amendment, but I'd like to checklist between now and May as to what of our existing policies relate, and what I just want to make sure that the Hamilton plan doesn't exclude anything that we want to do, and if need be, I would want to amend or add to the Hamilton plan. I see the Hamilton plan as a living document, and it's a living strategy document. So I just want to make sure that the Hamilton plan doesn't cut across of what we're trying to do here. I don't think it does, actually, because it seems a very broad-based document, and I think it covers everything that we would want to do anyway. You know, if you look at it, it's a very broad-based document, but that's the only reason I'm opposing the amendment. In the end, if you have an overarching strategic plan, of course, the rest of the work you do should fit in with it. But I just want to check first that the stuff we're trying to do through the social indicator, social being indicator report, is not in any way, you know, I want to make sure that the Hamilton plan basically covers it. So at this point, I won't be supporting that. The other thing that I will say is the intent of all of this is not to have endless debates, breakfast meetings, discussions, voluminous reports. The end of the day is to look at tools to make sure that we, in our best way possible within the legislation, advance social well-beings in our city, and we identify what we can do directly as a council delivery and where we need to do, which other agencies we need to work with in terms of advocacy and cooperation. So I think the direction of travel is going to allow us to do that, and look forward very much to a thorough briefing of all elected members. I'm really healthy that you do see, obviously, what are the kind of key questions that will be asked in the indicator report, and then most importantly, and this is the critical thing, how once we identify those issues, what we do to address them as a council.
Right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor King, and then the Deputy Mayor.
Is there a legislative requirement for us to have this?
have
what we're voting on here, A, B, C, D, E, F?
No.
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 Okay. I'm voting against the amendment and against the motion. I've never looked over my shoulder to see what my opposition are up to. I've let them worry about me, and this is no different. We should be doing this better than anyone else. We should be going hard, making this the best city that there is in Hamilton, and we shouldn't worry about the others. We should leave this to independent survey companies who survey around New Zealand and release it for public interest and read it that way. But I frankly, I'm not worried about what my opposition are up to. And this appears to me to be pretty well what A, C, D, E and F are about. I'm all for B. I haven't got a problem with B. So I'm voting against both of them.
Right, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks. Look, just a quick question to the Hamilton Residents Survey, is that a new contractor with a reduced cost? Because originally I thought it was around 100,000 and that a Hamilton-based company won the to do the survey with reduced questions. Is that how it is?
Our current contract with our previous supplier of the Hamilton Residents Survey has expired. We are taking the opportunity in the new year to invest for an appropriate provider of that survey, and we'll come back with that when we have that knowledge.
Because my knowledge was that an Auckland-based provider for quite a number of years.
That is correct.
Survey.
That is correct. And
was that about 100,000?
I don't think it was quite that large, but there was an Auckland-based survey that was then subsequently replaced by a Hamilton-based survey with a much less extensive survey, and that is
the cost?
Much considerably lower cost, and that's the survey that's just expired.
And that's what's going out to contract now.
It's just expired this month. We will be looking at the contract.
And Councillor Gallagher reminded me that we could deal with each of those recommendations one by one. And I'm relaxed about that. It'll extend the meeting, but I think it will give everyone a clearer opportunity to reach a consensus.
That's the chair's.
Chair, that's
it's
for
your
you
judgment, Chair.
to decide.
As the mover, I'm relaxed, but that's a procedural judgment of the chair.
Martin, just because you've been on council for 50
No, I'm not going
years.
to take them. I'm not going to take them up, but okay, so Councillor Gallagher, you have a right of reply.
No, I think my worry is that we don't get the baby out with the bathwater, in the sense that I think, what I'm hearing is people are supporting general direction of travel, but there's a couple of elected members who may have different. This is a recommendation to full council. Council make the final decision. Thank you.
Yes. All right. I'm going to put the amendment to the vote. So all those in favour for the amendment, please raise your hands.
Councillors Green, Pascoe, Forsyth and Chesterman.
And those against the amendment?
Councillors Tooman, McPherson, King, Gallagher and Madam Chair. The amendment is carried.
Carried.
5 votes for.
And
No.
Lost.
oh God.
Lost.
Yeah, I just
I'm happy with
lost.
the first call.
Yeah.
Recount.
Turn the paper around the other way. You're holding the map upside down.
5 votes against.
Okay. All right. So, and now I'm going to put the motion. And this is the Gallagher Forsyth, I think. Have we frozen? Because that's what happens with technology.
That's it.
When...
That's the whole motion.
Okay, oh, sorry. Oh, of course, I was looking for the names. All right, so those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands.
Councillors Green, Pascoe, Forsyth, Gallagher and Madam Chair.
And those against?
Councillors Min, Tooman, McPherson and King. Carried.
That's carried. Thank you.
It all swung on Rob.
It did too, yeah.
Okay, right.
I have another go at council. I have another
We
chance
are,
at council.
committee members, we are going to break for dinner. I have really had a look at remaining items to see if anything can be pushed to another meeting. But I know there's time constraints on the alcohol control bylaw. There are some deferred decisions in the action list and also the
The alcohol one is not time constrained. I mean,
I thought that one was.
no. That one is, that one, that is not time constrained.
We could have that one for dinner.
Yeah. Public places.
We might.
Public places bylaw, which is not on this agenda today.
No.
The liquor ban here, remember,
Okay.
Rob, so you're locked up.
All right, just give me a moment here.
How much longer could we go officially?
Well, we would, if we break for dinner now, which I think we need to do because people are hungry and tired.
Could we compromise 5?
Yeah, I was going to suggest 45 minutes. There are a very limited amount of leftovers from lunch, but I mean, there's Don Bori in the Garden Place and a couple of other places, so that'll give us time to get out. Yeah, I think we might as well just keep going and get through these things. We are going to hit our maximum at, if we break now for 45 minutes, I think it'd be better to pass a resolution now to continue past the 6 hours, because the 6 hours at 45 minutes will be 8:25.
Almost.
I'll second, but could I suggest that we impose a day of 9 o'clock on ourselves?
Yeah, goodness me, yeah. Okay, so that's
Don't
being
tell
moved.
Martin where the meeting is.
Moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor McPherson, so we can go past the 8:30 mark. So we're going to break for 45 minutes, so we're back at...
We're going to vote on that?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I remembered the cameras, I was a bit...
So this is the vote to extend the meeting past the 6 hours, which is in standing order, so all
Just
that...
through the chair, I just need to flag that I'm not sure how many staff will be able to stay on till these items. I haven't had a chance to talk to my colleagues yet, so there may be a risk that some staff won't be here for these items, so understand the rate. I'm just aware that...
The management know what's going on. You can handle it.
Sorry.
Okay, so you can sort that out and let us know when
Just
we
work
come
it.
back. So, committee members, we're 45 minutes, so we're back at 10 to 8. All those in favour? Are there any against? Technically.
So what happens if we don't finish the meeting by 9 o'clock tonight? Then what do we do? We've got to come back tomorrow.
Well, I think that's just a gentleman's and gentlewoman's agreement. We can continue because we've just passed the resolution now. No, we won't be coming back tomorrow for this. Okay, thank you. Here it says we've got...
Well, if you receive a report from the chair, a verbal report, then you can...
Yeah, it's in here.
Yep, so you don't have to, I mean, deliberation is, if you're happy,
Well, nothing changing and...
Alcohol, just the members arrived, please, just...
Yep, so this is
alert
the...
them to this item.
We had two options. Calvin Powell has left for item. We just skipped past item 13 for a moment and we're on to item 14. And he is happy to defer this. It is non-urgent, but it's basically the deliberations and adoption of the alcohol control bylaw. We can defer it, or most of the members around the table said they'd be happy just to deal with it now. This controls the liquor bans on parks, and there are no changes.
And you
that
have
staff,
another, because it's with Madam Chair, it's a recommendation of council, you have
yeah.
another cut at it anyway.
And yes, you do get another cut at it, and we have
Sorry,
the
Chair,
chair.
can I just raise one issue, and that
not gonna happen, is it?
is 9C, and this is about delaying Steel Park,
Yeah,
Hamilton Shopping Centre.
yeah.
to the Hamilton East Neighbourhood Plan.
Yeah.
My only comment was going to be that, and it will be,
considered.
that that's going to take another month, and it's coming into the summer season where that group of drinkers congregates, and I wondered why we would wait to refer that to the Hamilton East Neighbourhood Plan.
That was Councillor Tooman chairs panel, subcommittee, and myself and Councillor Mallett were on there, and that was my suggestion in response to someone who raised concerns of Steel Park. But staff did say that they haven't had any complaints from the park for a long period of time. So I thought that the Hamilton East Neighbourhood Plan would be a good avenue for them to look at that again.
And I just wanted to challenge that information, because I am aware that Colvin has had an exchange with the WISE group, sending a number of photographs in recent weeks, and it's a problem that continues during the summer months.
So I'm looking for guidance from the GM here, but I don't think we can just arbitrarily put that in here without going back and fully consulting again.
No, you can't. You've been out in a public process, so you can't.
So we can't do anything for
I
summer.
think the plan that's outlined here, with my limited knowledge, is the best approach in terms of the submissions process and the feedback, and it puts a structured process around that. What I would just note is if you are going to take the item that E, the date in E, the 2nd of March 2016, could change during 2016 because this item will come back to the 15th of December council meeting, the minutes. So if you did take this item...
If we pass it today.
If you passed it today.
Yeah.
So Chair, just sorry to extend things, but if the Hamilton East Neighbourhood Plan looks at recommending the ban of alcohol in the park, how much further does it take to actually get that bylaw in?
You'd have to do that full bylaw process.
So we're talking 18 months away?
Well, 12 months?
No, it wouldn't be that long.
6 months? It depends on work progress, work.
Yeah, no, I think it would be less than 6 months, particularly if it's just a change to that portion. So
because it would be including it in the schedule, wouldn't
yes,
it?
It would be. So I don't expect it to be a long process. But you would have to go through a process with the hearing again.
So, Deputy Mayor, has that satisfied your question? So,
irrespective of what you do and delay it, the Steel Park has to be a separate issue anyway.
Yeah.
So were there no submissions asking for the ban?
No, there was a submission.
So why can't that be done now? Just because this is a recommend, if there were submissions, that there should be a ban, the council's entitled to accept them and reject the committee's decision or recommendation.
Look, I think if I'm sorry, I'm not. If we're going to get into debating this item, don't have the staff here to help support the item. So
James is here.
I think Calvin gone though. I think it would be better too. Well, he was hoping to be here, but.
Yeah, but look, I think it's really clear from all the advice we've ever had. If there's no submission on something, then you have nothing to hang your hat on, and you can't. But if there was a submission, then we're entitled to go with that. It doesn't have to be a numbers game. I'm not certain that that's what I agree with, but I understand the Deputy Mayor's asking about that possibility, and I can't see why he's being told it's not possible without further consultation. When we've done the consultation, we've had that as a proposed outcome by a submitter, at least one, I'm told. If that's the case, you could go with it.
And just an additional comment, Chair, that, look, I just can't directly find it now, but the police have been called out something like 300 times to check out the group that was gathering there. So, the complaints have obviously been made, or police are doing regular patrols as a result of complaints. And look, I've had complaints from around Steel Park for 10 or 11 years.
Can we have that ability to make that decision at council with the appropriate advice?
Yes, you could. Look, because I don't have that advice now. I don't know the nature of the submission.
So if we pass it today, then and these are all going to Thursday.
If you
That's
passed it as worded today, this is going to come to the meeting on the 15th, and you could always call it in item C at the meeting on, next week.
Well, yeah.
But we'd need supporting information.
Yeah, I'd have
at
to look.
the time.
Well, I'd have to go from today's meeting with that direction and get that information. I need to understand the nature of the submission, how significant it is, whether that is significant enough that others have an expectation that they should have had a chance to submit on that. I don't know. I need to find that
Through
out.
the chair, you can add an F which wouldn't contradict C, and it be noted that staff will provide further information to full council on, with reference to Steel
that
Park.
submission, yeah.
All right. So and that
Yes.
it doesn't actually contradict. We're seeking further information, but it's a resolution note, so that certainly in terms of any process keeps it alive.
That will work.
Yeah, who's the mover?
We have. Look, I'm happy to.
Well,
Have we got a? Oh no, we have. Councillor Tooman's moving. Would you be happy to include that, councillor? And Councillor Forsyth. Okay, so that is.
Sorry, I've just
an F.
through you, through the chair. I've just seen a text from one of the staff who has been listening to the conversation
Online.
and the information I'm getting is that there is some real challenges with adding this at the last minute. There is.
well, they can,
when-
bring
Okay,
up the
but they
challenge,
can-
they can bring up the challenges
Yeah.
on Thursday at the meeting.
Yeah.
whenever.
So I think if you pass the motion as read with the added F,
Yeah.
that extra information can be.
That's
right. That's all we're asking. We're not committing.
Yep.
Okay, so what was the words? That's staff report
With further information.
with further
including
information.
the relevant submissions.
Information
Yeah.
on Steel Park as raised in the submissions to the council meeting of the 15th of December. Did you get that, Jude?
And you're acknowledging the submission process.
Yes. Yeah. 15th of December. Okay, so that's been, I think that's kind of moved that item quickly for us. So that's been moved by Councillor Tooman and seconded by Councillor Forsyth. Is there any debate on that? Councillor Tooman, no. Okay, so all those in favour? Are there any against? No, that's carried. Thank you. Good stuff. Okay, we'll just move back to item number 13, the Hamilton East Neighbourhood Plan on page 110. Hi. You can take the report as read and just let the committee members know that I've had expressions of interest being on the working group from Councillors Gallagher, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Pascoe and Her Worship the Mayor. Is there anyone else that wishes to be a member of the working group?
What do you want to be on it, Martin? It's on the other side of the river.
I am a former member for Hamilton East Hillcrest. I was a former ward member for that ward.
He is thinking of upgrading.
Oh, aye. No, the west is where it's at.
Yeah. He won't get very far with the blue voters over there.
Those names of elected members can be added to the recommendation. I will move that.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councillor Forsyth. Is there any questions on the report?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on paragraph 8. 31 consists of staff time for research. It's just really good to see staff time allocated and brought in the report, and it's one of the first times I've seen it. Normally it's costs, but staff time aren't included, so it's really good.
And Madam Chair, if I could follow that up by saying it's exceptionally light of the previous discussion before the break, when we had, it's only staff time, there won't be a sort of a cost implication.
Yeah.
So it'd be good to have that information, message to staff, maybe, bring on that earlier debate to the council meeting.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question, just on page 130.33, peer review. 8 staff hours, $800. I haven't seen that before on a strategic plan. What's that about?
Chair, what it is that before we bring a draft report back, we would like to be reviewed within council staff, so that would be going to the GM or going to other parts of the organisation that should have input into this.
So wouldn't other parts of the organisation as standard business practice have input into this anyway?
Yes, that is right, but in our costing we've just highlighted it out. And that's mainly for me for internal reasons, being able to go, the majority of the staff time otherwise falls within my team, and the peer review is when I'd be seeking input from other parts of council.
So is that what you're saying in, that Councillor King talked about on point 8, is that what you're talking about as staff time? Oh no, that's also research, yes. The survey.
So in the table under point 33, we have estimated staff hours, and that's the staff time.
Okay, and so external costs in that table are what?
So the external costs are for us to
Design and
have
print?
professional design and associated printing costs.
Yeah. I wonder if in future, and it is good that we've got this costings, it would help me if we could identify what is external.
Yes,
if it's in there. Yep.
Thus, for you, if the $100 per hour on every type of work involved here is just a standard average that the council management have instructed you guys to put in if you're measuring staff time, or is there, I mean, it's
science behind
it. Yeah, it is, we have taken our average because the work on this project will be a mixture of levels, and it's very hard at this stage to estimate. Yes, it's the council-wide average, and it includes the overhead component.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, are there any further questions? No, that's been moved by myself and seconded with the inclusion of the elected members, Councillor Gallagher, Deputy Mayor Councillor Pascoe, and who worship the Mayor. Now, that's it. I think I'll get Gallagher, Chesterman, Pascoe, and yep, that's great. So, is there any debate on that?
Yeah, I'll speak to this.
Councillor King?
You probably all know what I'm going to say. We've got the Frankton plan going. We've given issues is on point 14. It's from the Hamilton plan, an active, strong commercial central city with distinctive suburban villages. Where's all this going to end? What about Rotorua, Rotokarri, Dinsdale, Flagstaff, Hillcrest, for that matter, Turapa? If we're using the Hamilton plan as a trigger, are we going to go through all these little villages? I think this is just going to end up with restrictions on what you can and can't do with your property over in Hamilton East. You have to pay, I think it's close to $3,000 just to get a resource consent to work on your fence alone now, okay, which is shocking, to work on your own fence and your own property. In some areas in Hamilton East, what other restriction, what's going to be brought under, what extra design criteria you're going to have to go through before you do anything. I just fear where all this is heading. It's just setting up more red tape, more on property owners and what you can and can't do. It's costing $32,000. I don't think that's a lot for what the report is, but it is $32,000 that's coming out of the council coffers. I just don't think it's necessary, and I won't be voting for it. I won't.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Forsyth.
Yeah, I'm going to vote for the plan. I think the Frankton plan's been a really good start, and if the Hamilton East plan ends up looking anything like that, and I imagine there will be some threads that weave through this. And look, I haven't even seen what the working group outcome is going to be at the moment, so I don't feel like I'm in a position to say whether it's going to be doom and gloom or whether it's going to be great. I'd like to sit back and wait and see what the group comes up with before I make a decision. But in the meantime, happy for that process to take place, that planning to take place.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, I'd certainly hope, and those would be some good examples, to look at in terms of some of those costs and the balance between urban environment and the rights of property owners and neighbours, but some really legitimate things to look at. I think and to use the cheese ad, all good things take time, and I don't see things stopping at Frankton plans or Hamilton East plans at all. I think there's lots of precincts in the city that we would be looking at. Do the new areas, we've done, the structure plan, so in a sense, those plans have happened in the newer era. This is just going back and seeing, what regeneration, refurbishment, and of course Hamilton East with the old Irish town, is our historic and early in terms of European settlement. One thing that, reflecting on a previous time, as I said, as a Hamilton East Ward, Hillcrest Ward member, so I don't want to see another repeat where there was a kind of a plan that went out for consultation, and it was a feel-good document, and I can't even find it in our library. I'm trying to look for it. Where basically nothing happened. And I think the key thing is what I want out of this, within our constrained budget, I want to see some stuff that we can do around urban enhancement, as you're doing in Frankton, streetscapes. There's some, I think there's some things that you can do in Hamilton East that are not big ticket items that will really enhance the quality of that area as well. Steel Park, for example, what is the role of Steel Park? It's the oldest green space in Hamilton in terms of European settlement. Is it a sports park, community park? There's lots of huge opportunities. The other thing too I want to stress is the working group will need to think very strong as to the other participants. And we've got, for example, we've got the Hamilton East Heritage Group, the community group over there, very strong as we, Councillor O'Leary, engage the relevant players, if you like, in the Frankton community. It's very, very important that we do get the key and identify our key stakeholders and involve them, because if we don't involve them in the correct way, then it will be doomed to fail. Because this plan, I think, like the Frankton as an example, it's got to be grassroots up, right? It's got to be absolute grassroots level. The other thing which I want to do is, bearing in mind that Hamilton East faces onto the river, how does Hamilton East, and there's some, interesting, and you've seen the public documents that, again around the river, and how the Hamilton East precinct relates to the river, to the ferry bank development. So there's some sort of parallel work that needs to be done there. The other thing out of this, obviously, and it's a really good point I think Councillor King raised around Frankton and Councillor Mallett, actually, how does your district, and you say if we have an aspiration for an area, how does the district plan match it? And a district plan, dare I say, is not set in concrete, and there may be some recommendations out of that, I don't know. I'm also aware that 3 members, I live in the west, but the other 3 live very deep knowledge of that area, and I'm looking forward to working with them, actually. I think we can do some good work.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? Councillor Forsyth?
I just have a question around the Māori reference groups. I don't see, I don't see Te Kōhau Health there, but there's actually Kōhau Health. I wonder if it's
that is the same.
Well,
yeah.
it's actually not, a typo. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so there'll be no further speakers. I will put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? Oh, raise your hands. No, just, yep.
Councillors Tooman, Green, McPherson, Pascoe, Forsyth, Gallagher, Chesterman and Madam Chair.
And against? Thank you.
Carried 1%.
Right, thank you. All right, we're nearly there stretch. Item 15, the draft Waikato Museum Strategic Plan, and this is on page 135. And we have Lance and Cherie. And we have, members, you've got circulated a updated plan, and Councillor King will be very impressed, a one-pager of the changes that I asked for. And there are 3 changes in the pages that they link to as well. So thank you, Lance and Cherie.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. Just briefly, the report talks about the process that we followed with some focus groups, and point 16 of the item, it talks about the groups that we had at the focus groups. We had 105 people invited. I think we got 80 odd people at the 5 focus group meetings. I asked 4 questions. What are the strengths of the museum? If there's one thing you want to make the museum to do better, what would it be? What would increase the relevance to the people of the Waikato, and what would make Waikato Museum a world-class visitor destination? You'll see in the strategic plan we've also looked at what are the emerging trends in relation to museums and really around society and what people are looking for. Integration of technology, people wanting that mix of programs and subject matter material. Obviously we've got a diverse population, and there's expectations for parts of the community around what a museum might provide for. The greater role of communities in being involved in interactive and participatory museum experiences, and the telling of local stories has become really important. Some of the strengths people talked about just briefly, if you look on page 10 of the strategic, the location of the museum being next to the Waikato River, so that's a key part of it. The diversity of collections, programs and exhibitions. We thought this might be something that people commented on. Generally, they like having the tangata whenua with its social history, the science and the art, and they like that connection with tangata whenua. Obviously, you know, we're home to the Kingitanga movement and Tainui, and we have a close relationship with the King's Office. And the other thing is staff. They said that staff have great expertise and knowledge, and you know, Cherie's visitor hosts do a good job with the people. So we've got a lot of good feedback actually. Challenges going forward. Bit of confusion around what the museum might offer and that sort of thing. So that's sort of around branding, identity, promotion, people's knowledge of it. People wanting more content or context of local content, community interaction, physical connection to the street. Even though they said the location's good, they said that being a bit down off Victoria Street was a bit of a challenge, and it might be a challenge for probably more of the non-users, the people who don't regularly go to the museum or haven't visited before. Hopefully the Michael Parakofai sculpture might help attract a few people in with its very colourful ambience in front of the museum in the future. More visibility of Tainui history and taonga, and Sri tells me that a lot of our overseas visitors specifically go to the Me Te Winaka, the Waka, and have the Māori cultural experience if they're not going to do that in Rotorua, another part of New Zealand that they visit. And new funding models, obviously some people saw a strength that council was running it, and it's paid for by rates plus a certain amount of income, as you'll see in the strategic plan. But you know, with everything, you know, we're constrained around finances, but people saw that a challenge was, you know, searching out new funding models. But that's also, we saw that as an opportunity as well. So working through it, coming up with a plan of action, and really this is about the why and the what. Some key outcomes, really to raise the museum brand or people's knowledge of the museum, and make sure that's very well known locally, regionally, and hopefully further afield. You know, a key thing, try to get some crunchy outcomes in here, is actually to lift the visitation from the 120 to 130 odd thousand per annum. Sri and I's view is that, you know, an aspiration should be 200,000 visitors within 5 years, so that's something we'd like to aspire to. More people knowing the history of the Waikato and stories, so, you know, how can the museum play a part in that? Obviously more revenue being generated, which always helps, and offsets, you know, costs to the ratepayer, and making sure that we're up there around customer service, that people, when they go there, they actually, you know, have a great experience and then tell others. Actions on page 15 of the strategic plan around looking at the profile and identity of the museum. Suggestions from some of the focus group people that we should revisit the name, and that's, you know, that's, some elected members would know that that's been a, you know, a discussion point for quite a few years since the name changed from the Art and History Museum to just Waikato Museum, and actually looking at how we actually use that to actually promote the museum further, and obviously then really around how do we enhance our communications, our marketing, Hamilton Waikato Tourism to raise the profile of the museum. And Shree's been working with Peter Sergel and Stephen Stanley, and in the future we're looking at working with the hotels on how do we actually get a bit of a package that people could actually be very aware of and have the museum experience and then wander along to Hamilton Gardens and have a great experience there as well. Connections and visibility, the things I talked about before, connections to Victoria Street and whatever might be developed on the Arts Post car park site, and that connection to the historic Arts Post building, which is probably a more commercial arm of the museum with the art shop in there, where we gain revenue from commissions on art sales. And then looking the other way, how do we open up the museum to the river? And that ties in with the river plan. And obviously Te Awa Cycleway pretty much goes just below them, so there's a real opportunity there as Te Awa punches through to Cambridge in the future, and it could be quite an exciting 2-day trail between Narrawahia and Cambridge for people, and hopefully they'd stay overnight in central Hamilton and see what we've got to offer, not only in the museum but elsewhere. Programs and visitor experience, suggesting in the plan that we really look at the exhibitions plan around promoting themes around the Waikato identity, so our point of difference. And we've done quite a bit of that, but it's actually taken that to the next level. Use of technology came through quite strongly, especially younger folk are used to iPads and touch screens and things like that. There's two thoughts to that. Yes, you need that, but also you probably still need other interactive stuff which may not always be completely technology driven. And then actually looking at how do we get advice, close relationship with the King's Office, with our kaumātua, Tuahu Wātini, but how do we actually get people from those other areas, art, science, social and cultural history, and suggesting that we have an interdisciplinary advisory group that can help Shree and her team moving forward. So parts is a key thing about how do we work with, we've got some fantastic resources in the city with tertiary institutes such as Wintec and the university and the Wānanga and another bunch of other organisations, art groups, etc. So how do we work on those? Education focus, we already have an education program to enhance that further, working with those other organisations, and we get up to 8,000 students each year. How do we enhance that further? And something which came through the gifting of the art collection from Trust Waikato was their offer, and Shree's just been putting the information together to look at a program from the museum out into the regional museums and other parts of Hamilton City and the Waikato. So how do we get the museum to go out to people, whether it's online or physically? And we're putting a proposal in potentially for their funding as well. So that education focus is going to be important. And then obviously around revenue streams and going forward is, how do we already have book space there which is used, but how do we promote that even further? And, revenue streams around merchandising and things like that. So moving forward. So pretty much this is about the plan to go out to get feedback from the public and, to test these ideas, and then the process is that we then bring that back and look at turning the draft into a final plan, which would bring to council, obviously, with a covering report on what was said by people, and then the proposal around finalising and council to adopt the final plan, which would then give us a framework to move forward. And remembering that the actions in here, some would be immediate, some would be short term, some would be more medium term, and some long term, depending upon budgets. So I'll leave it there, Madam Chair. Shree and I are happy to answer any questions.
To the Deputy Mayor for questions. It's interesting on the front page, I've just noticed there the exhibition there. It says more gormless politics, zombie politics and political sleepwalking. That's interesting, isn't it?
Where's that?
On the front page.
They're sending us a message.
Especially given my obsession with the whole zombie apocalypse, I do like zombie politics there. It's tucked in the second row. So thank you. That's interesting coincidence. So, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Just a couple of questions, and one's an observation. I am concerned in point 7, the time spread over the Christmas holidays and January, and I'm concerned that maybe January 22 is too tight, and all that you will do is encourage people to write letters to the editor saying, this is unfair, I see he's been away and I haven't had a chance. So could you consider an extension of 10 days on that to take it into early February? And I'll leave the timing to you. Have you considered the costs that might be involved, the opening up to the river, and also potentially some new front door to the museum? Have you considered what that might cost? Because that would be a major.
Look, we haven't done detailed costings, so they would be more longer term type act, would then become an LTP discussion.
Okay.
And obviously there would be an opportunity around the car park site adjacent or just behind Arts Post. So if there was a development there, then the conversation would be for the developer, then what might we do at the museum at the same time? So so this is really testing those ideas. So we've got some ballpark estimates, but and you're correct, they are, they're not small sums, but obviously this is all predicated on by council through an annual plan or an LTP process for those initiatives. But there's a number of other initiatives that we can do within current resource and current budget, especially around looking at different types of marketing, especially around the partnerships. And Shree's been getting some good traction with the university and various partnerships.
Have you given any consideration to the possible acquisition of the old Hamilton Club, which is sitting next to that park area that you've just talked about?
We did have that feedback during the focus groups. There was some suggestions from some of the individuals who came along to that. We haven't obviously got into that sort of detail, but that that's always a possibility. But I think we'd have to look at what's most cost effective, what's going to be what's going to be good for the museum. And the museum, I think probably the issue we'd have there is probably linkages at the moment, just physical linkages. But if you did end up with that opening to the river later on down the track at the bottom of the museum, which should take some renovation, then you could actually think about that linkage next door if there was an appetite for that. So I think with an old building like that, there would be some issues around climate control for different taonga and artworks and things like that, so we'd have to consider that. And sometimes those buildings have very small rooms, so they're not particularly good gallery spaces.
Okay, and just to look, a final observation. Congratulations, Cherie, to your exceptional experience. I thought the results were excellent all the way through, and we should be very proud of a museum that does reflect the Tainui Taonga and the other exhibitions. And as you know, Philip Young and I and Gallagher are regularly there for the exhibition openings, and it's pleasing to see the support that you get, and often from very different groups of people. So well done.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
That actually leads me, congratulations obviously, leads me into a question just to be reassured, if you like. You've in that building, I'm not expertise like you guys, you've got some really key and very generous stakeholders. They're very much, I just want confirmation, they're in the middle of this plan as well?
Absolutely, they're involved in the
because their goodwill is crucial. Tell me a bit about, obviously, the river plan, once we finalise the team that will be taking us to the next step on the river plan, one would assume that, Cherie, you'll be working incredibly closely with the Riverbank team in terms of that whole entryway and all of that stuff. The name, can I just question around the stuff, the land behind the Arts Post? I'll do that first. The Arts Post land, so even though if there's a boutique hotel, whatever there is, it just seems to me that we need to ensure that we have a sense of what space we need, like exhibition space. And obviously there's a space behind the Arts Post, which on its ground floor, whatever you've built on top of it. Does this plan sort of cover that? I just want to make sure that we never
Yeah, it allows for that without going into too much detail. So I think that it alludes to that.
I mean, what I'm wanting to get is that this council needs to make a clear decision about what footprint it needs for its museum, for future, it's a future-proof. Is that going to give us that so that?
Yeah, it would, and I think we'd weigh that up. But I think Councillor Mallett, referring to a comment he made earlier in the day, was just around what is the size of facilities, or what's the need for Hamilton, and also looking at our demographic growth over the next 50 or 60 years, as we have done through the LTP. So the gallery space we've got, we're quite well served at the moment. I think a key thing that came through was if there'd been a groundswell for this to be more art or more science or more tanga te whena or something like that, that might influence a decision like that. But people said they liked the mix and how we mix up the exhibition.
But it seems to me that, and you don't want stuff in the basement, you want what you can. And we're covering a range of activities, fine arts, for example. So, and we've got the museum. I guess that brings me, what I'd be looking for, obviously, is just making sure that the footprint is future-proofed.
Yeah.
And we're not obviously going to be the only institution in this area. Town, I'd love you to talk about working with other regional galleries and even in Hamilton down the track, you could have an institution in this area, privately run, whatever. The other thing about the name, where do you get to a point on the name?
Well, I think we'll get the feedback, and I think the feedback's, we've had that from the folks around. People think that there might be an opportunity to revisit the name, and to be absolutely frank, there's some people who want to go back to the old name, and then there's other people who want to have a new name. So I think it's about getting that feedback and seeing what the temperature is on the options, and is there an appetite for that? And if 5% of people say don't change the name, then I think council needs to listen pretty carefully. But so we haven't come up with a name or anything like that. So it's actually just testing that with the community.
And it's just like people say we don't have an art. We actually do have an art gallery. It's in the Waikato Museum, and it's kind of how you get through that branding and all of that sort of kind of thing. But no, but hopefully the report brings us a bit further down that track. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor King?
Where does your money come from for new pieces? To display art or whatever you think would be collectible?
Well, so the art was with the gifting of the Trust Waikato collection. Council's voted.
Do you have a budget to buy the pieces of art?
We have now. It's in the. I'm not sure if you were here, Councillor King, at the Trust Waikato gifting, and Council's committed to $50,000 a year.
Yep.
We also Trust Waikato will still commit to funding. We do have some private people who. Like Barry Hopkins with his gallery, adds to his art collection, that sort of thing. So yes, we do. For exhibitions and things like that, we have an exhibitions budget, and then sometimes the other artefacts, Shree's team will buy artefacts. Tainui artefacts that generally come from the tribe, and we tend to be loaned, and we look after them. So.
Do you sell pieces as well? Never.
You mean deaccession? There's quite a process around deaccessioning, and you'd have to go through a process of identifying what needs to be deaccessioned and for what reasons.
So when you buy in whole?
Generally, yes, unless they find something down in the bowels of the museum which is not deemed to add to the collection in the future. So then it goes through the deaccession process.
So you're not allowed to trade. If you knew what you're doing, you're not allowed to trade anyway.
Sometimes within institutions we might identify that they're better off with something because it's from the area, and there'll be a bit of a reciprocal thing. But generally it's on loan and would come back to the originating museum.
So to increase that budget, would that be part of the annual plan?
So council's voted this year. It was halfway through the financial year, and then my understanding, the resolution is a commitment to that, and then that'll be reaffirmed through the annual plan. And I think if I recall correctly, you might be able to help me with this. I think it actually said that without increasing the overall budget. So Richard and I and Paul Condra got to hunt around in the current budget and find the 50 grand. So, but
That's correct.
Pre the next annual plan. That's not nothing to do with the next annual plan.
it's the annual plan. Yeah.
That's correct.
So is that all the questioning, or you have another question?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Look, there was one I forgot. Just in terms of the Old Hamilton Club, appreciate your comments on wall space and so on. Is there any for that building to be utilised for perhaps administrative staff, the design staff, people that are back of house? Is that potentially an opportunity to free up more space inside the museum?
Yes, possibly, but we'd need to do our homework around that, check out what's feasible and what's not. Yeah.
Do you have a donor, Councillor Chesterman? Do you have a donor for that? Or?
You've got a zoner for that?
No, a donor.
Do you have a donor? Okay.
Well, I don't know.
It's something that could be looked at if that was desirable, to have more gallery space inside the museum building itself.
It was originally offered to council for $1, but
Yes,
since
that's
then
right.
it's been cut in third, and a huge amount of money spent on bringing it up to standard.
And now
So that's the
it's
original
50.
shape of the Hamilton Club.
Our current building has been designed for gallery space and 24-hour aircon right the way through.
Yeah.
So potentially that could,
So,
we could.
I mean, don't want to get into any discussion now, I mean, we're talking generally, because the last thing you do is speak from here around that, but it's just, I guess what we're looking for is that, the operational detail around some potential, but I just want to stress that I think what's so important that we do get that future-proof, footprint, of which Gentlemen's Club may or may not be part of the equation.
Price just went up.
Okay.
$2 motion.
No, we don't have a motion.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Okay, and I just wanted to check, Councillor Gallagher, you raised about extending the
No, it was the
consultation.
Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, the
Good
Deputy
leadership,
Mayor,
good
yes.
leadership.
Are you wanting to change that, Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
To
If he moves it, it'll win.
Yeah,
If I move it, it
No,
won't.
look, you mean in terms of the Gentlemen's Club?
No. Extending the recommendation to go out for public consultation for the period of 9 December to
yes, look,
22 January.
I'd like to get some feedback from Lance
Yeah.
and Cherie on that.
What could we put?
But I would personally prefer to see that go into the
Yeah,
first week of
okay.
February. I know that impacts on the time for February 23,
That can,
and you would need to know whether you could use that time.
It will be very tight as it is,
Reduced.
even going to the
Yeah.
22nd of Jan.
If
But
you
being very
tight for
tight
what?
will remove you from the argument from people who said you haven't given us enough time.
If you extend out the council, it would have to go to the
Yeah,
Strategy and
so
Policy
you could
Committee
do-
meeting in March.
But
Is there one
there's
in March?
no, is there March? Yes, but there's no other issue if you did that for you? In delaying it by a month, or there is?
Not really, not particularly, I don't think.
No.
No?
Talking 10 or 12 days.
Yeah, but it would miss the 23rd Feb meeting, so it would have to be pushed out to the March Strategy and Policy meeting. So would you, staff say
Yeah.
they don't really have an issue with that? Deputy Mayor, is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Make those two changes?
Look, I know it's the right to do. We should
Yeah.
push it out.
We don't often
I'm
consult
happy
over the
to-
holiday period.
I'm happy to
so-
have a suggestion, whether it's whatever, I haven't got the calendar here, February 2 or February 5, something like that.
But either of those dates, what I'm hearing staff say, either of those dates will make it very difficult for them to meet the 23rd of February. Because depending on feedback, they have to collate that, analyse that. So,
Gordon, it's still 2 weeks till Christmas.
Yeah, I
Before
appreciate
the
that,
holidays.
People are doing other things,
well,
and
consultation.
if you're expecting groups of people to get together to do a submission, then people are away for 3 weeks, and it does become a bit unfair.
I think, Chair, I think Councillor Chesterman has brought up a good issue. We staff, we actually debated this for quite a long time.
Yeah.
As long as councillors are comfortable that we bring back the feedback in the what we revised full draft for you to consider.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't have the dates of the committee meetings in front of me. I'm not sure if Brenda does.
24th of March.
Okay, so if it was till the 1st of March, I think then that would give people more than ample time and give us time to collate the information and all the feedback and then bring that back to.
So the Deputy Mayor was suggesting 1st of February, not the 1st of March.
Yeah, I'd be happy to have it in February, the first week or second week of February.
Yeah, probably the end of
Let's
the second week of February.
So the 5th
Okay,
of
so
February is a Friday, so you go to the 12th of February.
12th of February, I
So the
think.
12th of February to the, okay, so from the 9th of December, which is tomorrow, to the 12th of February 2016.
2
That's
months.
the change in B.
2 months.
And then the change in C is blah, 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 Strategy and Policy Committee on the 24th of March 2016. So we'll
Just
cover
one
that then.
quick question. It doesn't, Sheree, it doesn't muck up momentum?
No, not from our perspective. It'll just allow for more feedback, I guess, that we'll have to consider and take that into account. But yeah, I don't think that would be a problem.
Comfy.
I think those dates would be good because my
Okay.
experience is that when schools go back, quite often the interest also, because everyone's got other, trying to get kids to school and they might be back
Yeah,
at school
we
themselves.
we do normally try and avoid this Christmas
Yeah.
period for consulting
Yeah.
on anything, so.
That's-
Okay.
We're both fine with that.
So so those changes have been made. Deputy Mayor, as the mover, would you like to speak to the item?
No, I think we've had a very good report.
Okay,
And there's been plenty of discussion.
thank you. Councillor Gallagher as seconder, did you want to, are you looking at your friend to see if you're allowed
I'm
to?
looking at all my colleagues and they're shaking their heads, so I won't.
Yeah. Are there any other speakers on the item?
Look at you.
No? I'll put that to the then. The motion's on the board. All those in favour, just say aye.
Aye.
Are there any against? There's no one against. That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Lance and Cherie. Right, item 16, the action list. This is the last open meeting, and this is on page 154. You have, it's circulated, isn't it? You have circulated, committee members, on your desk a extra page that from on the action list that's got the Gamston that just basically dropped out of the document. And I just wanted to add on page 155 on the report asking for you to approval to defer some of the items. I wanted to add to that the zoo plan to be deferred to 2016 meeting, so that item should be on there as well. In the action list, it says that it's coming to 23rd of February, and that's actually wrong.
And you, through the chair, the reason is just relating to the
review.
The review of the zoo.
Yeah, yeah. And look, thanks for doing this new report. It does highlight it much easier, and I'm certainly more comfortable that councillors have oversight on things that changed, and they can test that. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
I'll move.
Just Wairoto Drive Cobham connection.
What page?
Oh, sorry, 157.
157. Oh, yep. Yep.
Yes. So early 2016 for concept plans. So do we have anything for that?
That's for the design of the pedestrian bridge.
So that's pedestrian bridge only. It's not Celery Underpass.
No, so you've made a decision previously that there's a bridge over Cobham Drive that's coming to, or it's to be proposed to come to the February 23rd meeting.
Okay. February 23rd. Great. Thanks.
Okay. Anything else on any of those sheets? I don't have anything else to add. Right, so that's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, and I'm happy to second that. Is there any debate? All those in favour? Are there any against? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, members of the public. We're going to move into public excluded, but I just want to thank you for staying in such a long meeting. Thank you to the media.